Felix 1, Nasasela Happy 3, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 1, Ramiti Apuri 0, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 112. Le Chilemerwas compound A to mass. Brother Herbert Anderson 43, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba de Wilberforce 0, Nasasel Happy 1, Okumu Vincent 0, Okuye Felix 1, Ramiti Apuri 1, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 1 for 1. Let Chilemerwas compound MUT to Z. Brother Herbert Anderson, 31, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba de Wilberforce 1, Nasasela Happy 1, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 0, Okuye Felix 1, Ramiti Apuri 0, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 154. Frobe Primary School, Nam to Z. Brother Herbert Anderson, 29, Boy Ivan 2, Chamba de Wilberforce 2, Nasasira Happy 3, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 3, Ramiti Apuri 0, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 147. Mulimira EU to Cab. Brother Herbert Anderson 51, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba de Wilberforce 1, Nasasela Happy 1, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramiti Apuri 1, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 90. Mulimira TIM to Z. Brother Herbert Anderson 59, Boy Ivan 6, Chamba de Wilberforce 4, Nasasira Happy 0, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramiti Apuri 0, Joel Senyon Bisekezi 93. Behind New Market, NAUC to Z. NAMUC to Z. Brother Herbert Anderson 22, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba de Wilberforce 2, Nasasira Herbert 0, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix, Ramita Apuri, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 77. Ramita Apuri 1, Okuye Felix 1, then Joel Senyon Bisekezi 77. Mulimira Nasot OC, Brother Herbert Anderson 47, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba de Wilberforce 2, Nasasela Happy 0, Okumu Vincent Nobat 1, Okuye Felix 0, Ramita Apuri 2, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 86. Mkalazi's Gate NG. Brother Herbert Anderson 53, Boy Ivan 2, Chamba de Wilberforce 3, Nasasela Happy 3, Okumu Vincent Nobat 1, Okuye Felix 2, Ramiti Apuri 5, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 141. Brother Anderson 46, Sad Hassan Mosik. Sad Hassan Mosik. Brother Herbert Anderson 46, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba de Wilberforce 0, Nasasela Happy 0, Okumu Vincent Nobat 1, Okuye Felix 0, Ramita Apuri 1, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 94. Chisure Primary School Compound A Tumuk. Brother Herbert Anderson 63, Boy Ivan 1, Chamba de Wilberforce 1, Nasasela Happy 0, Okum Vincent Robert 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramita Puri 1, Joel Senyonyi Bisekezi 105. Mulimira MA Alt MUM Eden Primary School. This is a different one. Woman MP. Put it here. It's Woman MP. Murira OD to Oya. Lola Herbert Anderson 22, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba Deuba Force 5, Nasasla Hape 1, Okumu Vincent Noba 2, Okuye Felix 0, Ramita Puri 1, Senyon Joel Bisekez 88. Kasiri Brinkett 1, sorry, Old Killer Road, no. Mulimira Namitnas, Brola Herbert Anderson 38, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba Deuba 43, Nasasla Habat 2, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramita Pur 1, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 113. Mulimira Ampi to Bag, Brola Herbert Anderson 43, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba Deuba Force 0, Nasasra Hape 1, Okumu Vincent 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramitia Puri 3, Senyo Joel Bisekezi 64. Old Kiral Road next to church A to March MUG. Laura Herbert Anderson 30, Boy Ivan 2, Chamba Deuba Force 9, Nasasra Hape 1, Okumu Vincent Nobat 1, Okuye Felix 4, Ramita Puli 0, Joel Senyo Bisekezi 60. Late Semogere KI out, Mama. Lola Herbert Anderson 54, Boy Ivan 3, Chamba Deuba Force 0, Nasasra Hape 0, Okumu Vincent Nobat 1, Okuye Felix 1, Ramita Puli 5, Senyo Joel Bisekezi 116. Behind New Market at KO. Bro Herbert Anderson 31, Boy Ivan 3, Chamba Deuba Force 0, Nasasra Hape 2, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 2, Ramita Puli 1, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 55. You want the whole of it or you want a specific candidate? Behind the market, A to KO. Herbert Anderson 31, Boy Ivan 3, Chamba Deuba Force 0, Nasasra Hape 2, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 2, Dramiti Apuli 1, Senyon Joel Bisekezi 55. Nakato's compound, Gloria Herbert Anderson. I'm waiting. Which polling station? You have 94? No, please, that is the total number of votes cast for the candidates. Make your totals very well, please. Calculate, you'll find it is the total number of votes cast by the candidates, not for one candidate, please. Akatos compound, Blola Herbert Anderson 20, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba Devil Bafos 0, Nasasla Hape 0, Okumu Vincent 1, Okuye Felix 1, Ramita Apul 0, Senyo Njoli Bisekezi 61. Mulimira BAH to ET Bukote Evangelic. Blola Herbert Anderson 37, Boy Ivan 2, Chamba Devil Bafos 2, Nasasla Hape 1, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramiti Apul 0, Senyo Joel Bisekezi 111. Let's Mogele 8 KIN, Blola Habat Anderson 56, Boy Ivan 3, Chamba Wiba Force 1, Nazas Rape 2, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okie Felix 0, Ramita Pud 1, Senyo Joel Bisekezi 87. Chisure Primary School Compound, Malta Z. Blola Habat Anderson 44, Boy Ivan 0, Chamba Wiba Force 3, Nazas Rape 0, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 1, Ramita Pool 0, Senyo Joel Bisekezi 108. Let's Mogere Namt Z. Blola Habat Anderson 58, Bo Ivan 2, Chambado Iba Force 5, Nasasra Hape 2, Okumu Vincent Robert 1, Okuye Felix 2, Ramita Pool 1, Senyo Joel Bisekezi 136. Mulimira KIW Tuman Eden Primary School. Lola Habat Anderson 42, Bo Ivan 2, Chamba David Bafos 1, Nasas Lahapi 1, Okumu Vincent Nobat 0, Okuye Felix 0, Ramita Puli 1, Senyo Joel Bisekezi 100. The remaining DLR forms are for the District Woman of Parliament that were mixed up in the Dalek Member of Parliament. Polling station St. Catherine Primary School. Kalis Ivrin Kent 4, Malende Shamim 132, Nachtende Salama Adeline 0, Nanda Mata Anet Mafrika Mbirikawa 12, Nafuma Shamim 15, Nantege Christine Zab 2, Nanziri Amina Lukanga 60. Then Old Kila Road next to church, MUK Z. Yes, please. Yes, please. Four millimeter. No, the category. Are they the ones you have there? For the category? Oh, okay. Yeah, these are the ones you
polling station 0, polling station 08.
Okay. We clarify that with the parking list. Let me finalize this for the interest of time of others. I'm marking on my parking list. Yes. This is District Woman Representative to Parliament. St. Catherine Primary School. I had read it. Then Old Kila Road next to the church, MUK Z. Kasili Ivrin Kent 1, Malende Shamim 66, Nachtende Salam Adeline 0, Nana Namata Anet Mafrika Mbirikawa 3, Nafuma Shamim 6, Nantege Christian Zab 0, Naziri Amina Rukanga 32. We shall add on from there as my colleagues in other divisions are adding on for the interest of time.
Direct elected member of parliament, Machinji Division, East, Muyenga Parish. Muyenga Hill A to KIK at Muyenga Community Hall. Kanabahita 1, Kasiri Nganda 41, Kayendo James 0, Kayendo Molowoza 1, Kasarita Baker 1, Rebecca Francis 1, Mavike Michael 0, Mohawena Edson 3, Mulema Francis 0, Namona Rachel 1, Dukuwera Asaf 0, Nwabine Judith 83, Obusinji Elijah 2, Sekajugo Paul 0, Segawa Sunday 1, Sekate John 0, Sechide Robert 4, St. Stanley 0, St. Samuel 0, Chenywaza 3, Walusimbi Frederick 0, Zizinga Michael 0. Cheitabia polling station. Kanavahita Nicholas 2, Kasiringanda Ari 82, Kayendo James 0, Kayendo Modoza 0, Kisarita Baker 1, Rebecca Francis 2, Mavike 10, Mohawa Minimana Edson 3.
Yeah, that is what is happening in Kampala. We were hearing from the parliamentary results, provisional results from Nakawa and a few other places that within Kampala here. Now let's move on to Sironko, where we have Farida in Sironko is on standby to update us on what is happening in that part of Uganda. Farida, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Please, can you update us what is currently, as we speak, happening at the polling station or at the tally center?
The tally center, this is Sironko Tally Center.
Yeah.
At the Sironko district headquarters, where tallying, the exercise of tallying is taking place for candidates, the presidential candidates and parliamentary candidates. So far, out of the 442 polling stations in the district, 64 polling stations have been tallied, and among these polling stations and the sub-count, they have tallied sub-counties and polling stations in different sub-counties, and so far the leading candidate in the presidential race is Yoweri Museveni, the NRM candidate, with 8,104 votes, and then followed by the FDC presidential candidate, 3,615 votes, then followed by the NUP candidate, Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, 11,500, 1,153 votes, and then others follow accordingly. The other candidates follow accordingly, and then we have a members of parliament from Botatiri East. So far, according to what has been tallied, there is Twaha for National Unity Platform. He has scored so far 536 votes. Then Julius from the National Resistance Movement was scored 6,100 votes. And then the Sasaga from Forum for Democratic Change Party has scored 2,276 votes so far, according to the tentative results that are being brought out by the team here, tallying. And then Vincent, who is an independent, that is Botatiri East, directly elected members of parliament, 1,685. And then among the ladies, woman member of parliament for Sironko, the ones that are competing actually now is Nambozo, who is an independent, and Asha, who is the NRM, from the NRM party. Asha so far has 6,450 votes, and then Nambozo 5,418 votes. And when we go to Botatiri West has like 19 candidates. Oh. And so far what has come out is from one sub-county So far, the tallying center has only brought out from one sub-count of Lorena in Sironko for directly elected members of parliament for Budadiri West. And so far the person who is leading is Wanyoto Godfrey with 1,016 votes. From that one sub-county, and then the next one, the one who follows, is from the FDC, from Democratic Change Party, Reverend Magombe Jackson, and that is where the stiff competition is for Budadiri West. And then this one is followed by the NRM candidate, 5,017, and others follow because there are like 19 candidates.
Okay.
And we have only gotten results for one sub-county so far from for Budadiri West.
Budadiri West.
Yes.
Okay. How has the exercise been generally?
Generally, the exercise around the morning hours, the exercise was somehow peaceful, although it started a bit late. The exercise started a bit late, and
why did it start late?
I think it is about preparation and actually manning these electronic voter verification machines.
Okay.
And the candidate that I was following was Nathan Nandala Mafabi, who voted from the polling station. Who voted from the name of the polling station.
Yes, okay. But
Nandala Mafabi also voted late, around midday.
Okay.
Around midday, and then he gave an interview of his observation of the exercise at that time, and his observation was that the machines were slow, and at the same time the machines were not so effective as would be expected, because he himself experienced it.
Okay. How was the turn-up of the voters
the turn-up of the voters at this polling station was, they were coming but slow.
Okay.
It was slow, but later in the day, there was some ugly scenes that were actually seen in other parts, apart from where he voted from.
Okay.
Yes, there was some fighting between these the members of parliament, the Russian members of parliament contesting for Budadiri West.
Okay.
Yeah, Jackson Magembe and supporters of Jackson Magembe and supporters of Wanyoto.
Okay.
And there was bloodshed, and people actually went to hospital, and actually the FDC presidential candidate got somehow injured. He was stoned together with his people.
Okay.
And and actually the cars were the first car that was beaten was destroyed was that one of candidate Wanyoto, and it is alleged that this one was bribing voters. That's why they attacked his car, and his supporters also attacked the cars of the Forum for Democratic Change candidate and his supporters.
Okay.
Yeah, those are the ugly scenes that were actually manifested in this election.
Okay, but so far now the exercise is moving on well.
Yeah, the tallying is smooth, and we are still waiting for more tentative results.
Okay.
From the team.
Okay. So thank you so much, Farida. Please update us when the new developments come up, especially after the results have been delivered. But I think a lot of many of the ballots are still in the centers, maybe the on way now being taken to the tally center, and by the morning I expect that UBC will be able to bring to you viewers that total tally lists from all the other parts of the country, knowing that the time now is a bit late and some of them will be waiting until tomorrow. Now, given that you can hear some of the places where there is violence, it is likely that people will not move at night until tomorrow when they will deliver the results. They could be now at police stations in those locations. But these ugly scenes are also a problem. We were discussing the democratic credentials of a country.
When people are when people are competing for power, or when people are, I think competing is too much of a word, but when people are vying to elect their leaders, there reaches a point where the pressure rises.
Yeah.
And of course, with that pressure, it yields anxiety. People become anxious. Others become over ambitious, and as they fight to win their various candidates, some become mischievous.
Yeah, sure.
And when they become mischievous, all in the name of winning, that is when you get issues of violence. That is when you get issues of cheating. That's where issues of accountability come in. But the good thing is that Uganda is now known as one of the countries with a serious security system or framework.
Yeah,
because of what we do, not only in Uganda, but even the hand we accord to our neighbors.
Yes.
In terms of keeping peace in Africa, and most importantly in the Great Lakes region. So, like we said, it is work in progress.
Yeah. At some point, you expect this, because now the competition means that there also the awareness, but also
where does violence come from? Where does violence emanate from anyway? Issues of waiting, like the way people are waiting. If you have a presiding officer who can express himself or herself without being while humble, you reduce the risk of having people having tempers all over the place. So some of those issues should be looked into. I've been at polling stations where you see that the voters are calm, but the people manning that polling station are the cause of the fights at the polling station.
Yeah, because sometimes it is to do with how the preparedness. I think
exactly.
Freda was talking about the preparedness. Sometimes the preparedness, how prepared the people who are manning this exercise.
Someone is asking a very simple question. When are we beginning? The person on the other end is replying arrogantly. Who are you to ask me?
Big Sam has been part in the exercises of being elected.
Yes, but you know, one of the things that we need to look at is, me personally, I have been, I got so lucky that I have been in America when there is elections. I've been in South Africa when there is elections. I've been to Ghana when there is elections. And you want to tell me this one is chaotic? I don't think so. At the peak, at the highest peak of love, you let go. That means that anything if you love something, you must be willing to die for it, to fight for it or whatever. So these elections for me in Uganda, the only thing is we always want to hype the negative. In other countries, the positives outshine the negatives even when the positives are very many. And the issue of, so there will always be a moment where someone doesn't agree with another one, and because of the understanding and our bringing up, they will fight. That's why they deploy. If they deploy in the United States, they deploy in South Africa. You understand? Because they expect that to happen. But for me, I must comment that this time around it has been very peaceful, despite the fact that weeks before we have been hearing hot tempers and people making, but it was peaceful. But also it brings a question of understanding the type of people we are dealing with.
Sure.
The attendants at the polling stations, how much are they trained in terms of understanding human character so that they can, address people, not addressing strangers. That is very important. The resource, the capital that the Electoral Commission has to have in order to take these people who are going to represent the Electoral Commission. Not for one day training, and they come there to just know. No, it matters on how you train them on how to handle and speak to people.
So this is a charged environment.
A guy came to
the polling station
today. My wife, it's so funny. My wife votes from a different polling station. I vote from a different polling station. I don't even know how it happened, but I said fine. So my wife votes from Kajan's Health Center 4. So when I finished casting my ballot, I picked her up, said, let's go, and you cast yours. So as soon as she was finishing, this guy, I don't know where he came from. He said, and these are his particular words. This is one guy who is coming to cast his one vote.
And he has
there are people that have been there.
Yeah, sure.
But he wants to just overtake the line. And he's speaking to the policeman. That is right there. And I'm looking at this policeman. This guy was so nice. Like he said, Sebo, ojja kusimba mabega. Boba toyagala kusimba mabega. Genda.
Get in the queue.
So people have got different tempers, different upbringings, and you will not expect them to behave the same.
Exactly.
But we will expect that this country will invest more in training its own personnel that represent the nation in terms of the Electoral Commission. And also spend time in telling people this is what you need to do, this is what you're supposed to do. These things were said here at UBC. But people also choose to watch different programs that they want. They prefer to watch things that has music or whatever, and they'll go away from the real information. That's why some people will come. But this has been said here
on radio, on TV.
So for me, such fights and disagreements over I support this one and they fight, those will always be there. They will always be there. The country has prepared that there is safety. The reason why there is safety is because me and you might get to disagree. You understand? And that happens then. People fight on Manchester United and Arsenal.
They kill themselves.
And these are players they have never seen in real life.
Never even seen them.
So such things will, but the precaution. For me, I was happy with the deployment this year, and but we should invest more, not to get people to come and be trained to work for Electoral Commission for just one day. You understand? They should know Electoral Commission has an umbrella, it has a significance in the country, and whoever wears that badge must represent professionally. Professionally. You understand?
Sure.
I voted from Uganda place. While I was voting, they were checking my name. This lady introduces herself very well, and she says, where is your ID? And I bring my ID, and she checks my ID. And luckily enough, this lady knew me. And she gets to see, okay, she tells me go, and they give you the ballot. Now, at the ballot, I've received all the 3 ballot papers. Another person who's standing right behind comes and says, give me your ID. And I said, for what? And he says, I am an agent. I want to check. I say, where's your badge that says you are an agent? And the way the guy replied me, I said to you, I am not going to give you my badge unless you display yours. Because you're supposed to be there with something that shows that I am this and this.
Because
and
that's an agent.
I have given my ID to the Electoral Commission and they have verified me. You're supposed to be there with the other person.
Not here.
So, but because I could understand that this one, my level of understanding and his level of understanding is very different. And this man said, sir, please go and vote. But to avoid such, the Electoral Commission must know that everybody that it deploys is now having an Electoral Commission face.
Yeah, but you also have raised the issue of agents for candidates.
Yes.
The person, because I've heard this story, this person saying, my agents were compromised.
Yes.
Because maybe you send them without lunch and someone has given them lunch.
And
then later on has told them, please sign here. And they have sold you out.
I have a scenario. Where one agent disappeared with all their declaration forms and said, they did not give us lunch.
Exactly. So that also means that the political parties have an obligation, have a responsibility to train their people.
That's
and
right.
to look after their agents.
Exactly. In fact, the civic education is not all about the Electoral Commission.
No, true.
The political parties should be interested in training their people, in telling them, like now, this education, voter education, the people in the political parties should have told their people this is what's going to happen, this is going to happen, because they are more interested than even the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission is interested in the exercise, but for the political parties, they're interested in the win. And you are not going to have a win if you people don't know what to do. So I think, like you are saying, we have moved, done the moving, but we need, there's more that needs to be done, both as a country, but also at individual level. I mean, if you are an agent of a person, you should have been told how to carry yourself.
That's right.
At the polling station. That at the end of it all, you ensure the safety of the exercise, because your candidate, if there is commotion and confusion at the polling station, you risk
the results to be tampered with.
Exactly. So to avoid all that, it is in the interest of the agent to ensure that the exercise is smooth. But like we said, we are still moving.
Work in progress.
Yeah, but now when you look at the issue, because you know when you have a no-show at the airport, you are penalized.
True.
And sometimes heavily, depending on the airline you are using. How can it come that there is a no-show for voters at a polling station? That you have been mobilizing people, that there will be, we are lucky that this time there has been a lot of enthusiasm. But also praying that this enthusiasm will trickle down to the other subsequent elections. Because in this country we also have that problem of voter fatigue.
True.
That by the time you come to the elections of the local councils, the lines are empty. So I hope the mobilization can also continue, both by the Electoral Commission, but also the respective politicians. Now, down there may not even be having the political parties, because if you are not going to have an agent at a polling station, it means in that whole area you may not have a candidate for whatever position is there. It means therefore then the voter education has to continue, and this enthusiasm can continue, that we have these elections to the end. You remember last time the number of voters, the President Museveni won with about 7 million.
Yeah.
And the next NUP had about 3 million.
3 million.
So you are looking at about maybe people of about 15 million that voted. And you are talking of a population of how many people?
50. 45.
Exactly.
Yes, coming to 50 million.
Exactly. So you see that our elections can also be queryable. If you are out of 45 million, only 15 people are going to come to the polling station. So it means still there's a lot more, the movement you are talking about, to move, that Ugandans should definitely take charge of what they need to be done. Because if all Ugandans, you cannot, 45 out of 45, only 15 have voted. What about this other remaining 30? What if they voted, in fact, even if they voted for any other person outside of those who were there, you would have maybe a different result.
Probably, to come in there, the issue of having the biggest percentage of the population as youth and children, you could still subtract off
about
the
20.
percentage of those who are not eligible to vote because of the age. They were under 18. But still then, that reminder still as...
The data becomes too big. Even if you have to take up, let's say take off 10 or minus.
It becomes 10, 20.
It's just quite too much. And what you said, this time around, we have actually seen a number of adult eligible voters not coming to vote.
The problem lies with the special delights.
They have gone to the villages. I'm telling you, this time around, we have a lot of youths that have gone to the polls than the adults. And there's a very, very, very big question. Number two, many people think that if I vote the president and the MP, it's done. And they will not come back on the other elections that are coming. And they don't know. We need now to be more until they vote the LC1 chairman. And they don't know that the LC1 chairman means a lot.
Yeah, to them.
The councillor, to them more than even, you know. And this is where
I think to come in, Doctor, it is a two-way traffic. I've noticed that you'll move from one area to another. I'm talking about the elections for local council. There are areas you'll go to and participation will be mob. Why? It actually depends on how much you as a candidate you put in when it comes to campaigning. The more you campaign, the more you lure people to get interested. Even when we talk about the level of presidency and members of parliament, the truth is, at that level, campaigns are more intense.
That's right. That's right.
Campaigns are more intense, and that in itself raises a lot of interest. The packaging and branding is different. You have members of parliament, candidates, or even those standing in for presidency coming in with elaborate manifestos. So people pick interest. This time round, manifestos have been translated into local languages.
Yes.
For various parties. So even those who were not catered for in the previous elections, those who could not read English, this time round were able to know that candidate A, candidate B are going to do A, B, C, D for my area or for my constituency. So that in itself will lure a person to go and vote. But how many times, apart from the flyers and the posters, do you find an LC chairperson? I'm not saying doctor. Doctor has done that. Writing a manifesto that members of this village, I'm going to do A, B, C, and D in the entire 5 years or so for this area. Because that will lure members. What are times where you find people participating in big numbers is either they are tired of that leader, and you see the dynamics at the lower level are different. I've seen in my home, Buloba, I've seen people in another party that are belonging in another party electing a person from another party.
Oh my God.
Intentionally, because of what this candidate has taken them through the time he was serving in his tenure.
Okay.
And telling him straight in his face, we are not going to vote you because you were very shoddy when it came to land issues. At the lower level, it is about accountability and about what you're going to do to serve people at that particular level. But getting back to the point of why you called it voters fatigue, voting fatigue, it's not that. At times it is the packaging and the branding at that level.
Let's see what is happening back in Zimbabwe. I think they are now announcing some of the results for the parliamentary elections that have come to the tally center.
I'm urging all youth, I'm urging all Ugandans, please, let's have a peaceful elections this time round. Let's vote peacefully. After voting, let's walk back home. Let's protect our gains. Let's be peaceful. Please, let's gather in numbers. Let's go and vote peacefully. Then we go home peacefully. Thank you.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
As we go into the final lap of the electoral campaigns and into polling, we are calling upon all the people of Uganda to conduct themselves peacefully. First of all, the candidates, we call upon you to use suitable language that shows respect and tolerance, and language that promotes peace and unity, because we are all Ugandans and elections should not divide us. So we call for language that is respectful of people's cultures, people's views, and is tolerant, because we all have different views, but we all want to have a very, very united country, Uganda, and a progressive one at that. So we are calling upon you to conduct yourself peacefully as we go into the final days of the campaigns, and on polling day, to respect the views of others and to accept the results of the elections, and know that after the elections, there will still be a Uganda, and we need each other as citizens of Uganda. I wish you a peaceful electoral process, and I call upon you to be peaceful. Peace-loving Ugandans. God bless you.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
As we stand here today, we speak not as different religions, but as Ugandans who want to see our country prosper.
But I want to appeal to you, the people of Gulu, that during this election, as you post information on TikTok, on Instagram, please ensure that what you're sharing is extremely true.
So as brothers and sisters, we believe in dialogue.
There is more to lose when we cause violence, when we fight, than when we actually observe peace.
So we don't need to spoil this kind of environment. So dance peacefully, sing peacefully, but above all, vote peacefully.
I love Africa, the only way for me to survive. Where there's peace in the Meadowlands.
Let us join hands in praying for our nation and seeking God's guidance as we cast our votes.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
fellow citizens, elections are moments of choice. Reject hooliganism and lawlessness. Let Lira be known for tolerance.
We want to call upon all of you, let's talk peace, irrespective of the candidate you are supporting.
What the kind of push, okay? So Ginatie, we're maintaining push.
As Electoral Commission, we pledge peace and we shall perform within our means to achieve that.
May peace walk with you. May peace guide our elections. May peace bless Lira.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
Greetings, Uganda. My name is William Nahura Murinda, and I'm here to talk to
Yeah, welcome back to this special edition of the program coming to you from UBC studios here in Kampala, highlighting what is happening, what has happened earlier in the day. Actually, that was yesterday because we are now crossed over in a new day, about how Ugandans went along carrying on their civic duty of electing the leaders who are going to lead us in the next 5 years in this country. We're now joined by Crispus Neitwe, who is coming to us from, where is Crispus? Hello, Crispus?
Yes, I'm online, yes.
Yeah, we are getting you all the way from Kanungu.
Yes, I'm coming to you live from Kanungu district.
Yeah, can you update us, please, what is happening there and how has been the situation from the time you were there this morning? Actually,
yes,
yesterday morning.
Yes, I'm coming to you live from Kanungu district, specifically at the district headquarters. Since yesterday, the polls went on well. On all the polling stations I was able to visit and even gather reports from, I must say that people were able to cast their vote well. Young and old, women, everyone actually was able to cast his or her vote peacefully, except some isolated incidents, like as I said yesterday, whereby some polling stations were reported to have had some animal feeders coming, yet they were not invited. Ideally, according to the law, they're supposed to, for the army to come in and be deployed at a polling station, it must be from the invitation of the police.
You are saying visitors?
Yes. I'm saying some polling stations, there was some uninvited incidents whereby some army officers were deployed.
Okay.
Contrary to being allowed by the people who are manning the polling stations, because the army ideally is supposed to be deployed at a polling station, if they are being invited by the police constables, perhaps if there's a chaos which has erupted and cannot be handled by the police. A case, maybe I can give an example, which was the Kayanja Catholic Church, that is in Kayungwe sub-county, where the minister in charge of ICT and the national guidance, where he was casting his vote. Upon arrival, he realized that there were some army officers who had been deployed there. He didn't know under whose order. So he questioned them, why are you here? Where they have police constables who have been deployed here. People are casting their vote peacefully. Why are you here? So the voters, of course, were also complaining that they are facing intimidation from the army officers who were passing around. They had guns. So there was some bit of chaos erupting there, questioning. Of course, they started, of course, to question why the army officers who deployed them. They called the people who had deployed them. The commanders started actually fidgeting with words, fumbling with words. And they had come in also. What happened is the army officers, upon interrogating them, they realized that the car which they had come in was a car belonging to the main rival of the Minister for ICT and the National Guidance. The rival is Mr. Sam Kajojo. He's the main rival. So it was it was not it was not an ugly scenario until when the army officers had to flee because voters were actually.
Now, other than that, have there been any other noticeable incidents?
There's other notable incidents. Even in fact, it's not only that Catholic parish. It's not only that polling station where we had that scenario. Even some other polling stations. Minister of ICT actually yesterday he complained when I put him, when I was actually speaking to us actually via the video camera, when I was actually asking him, interviewing him, he said that in Kanungu district there is a problem of deployment of army officers during polling activities. I think it has been like a case, it has been like an issue that has been bothering some of the candidates.
Okay.
And maybe also to paint for your picture, Kanungu district has got a total number of voters, 160,900 registered voters.
Okay.
So it's a big district having a big constituency of voters.
Okay.
And has got two counties, that is Chinchizi East and Chinchizi West. For Chinchizi East, we have got two main contenders. That is Honorable Dr. Yoweri Museveni, the Minister for ICT and the National Guidance. He's standing with, actually, his main rival is Mr. Sam Kajojo, who is the incumbent local council 5 chairperson for Kanungu district.
Okay.
And in the primary, Honorable Yoweri Museveni, actually, he's the one who won. He's the one who has the NRM flag. Then Mr. Sam Kajojo decided to come as an independent. So, they have about 8 candidates actually who stood for Chinchizi East. So we have got some independent candidates also. Independent candidates.
Okay.
And
so far, how is the tallying?
The tallying is still ongoing. Results coming in indicate, of course, from the district returning officer, Mr. David Mukundani, are indicating that all the sub-counties of Chinchizi East, they seem to have all arrived. The sub-county supervisors are all here. They are all seated within the building, the room where the tallying is currently happening. Then there is some incident that is happening from Chinchizi West, where we have the incumbent, James Kaibaruka. He has the NRM flag. And of course, he is also having the main rival as John Ndungutse, retired police superintendent, some senior police officer who is standing with him. It's called John Ndungutse. So those are the people who are really tussling with so hard, of course, against each other. So we are having James Kaibaruka with the incumbent, having the NRM flag. and he's having John Dungute, who is an independent candidate. So they're the ones actually who are like neck to neck in terms of results coming in.
Okay.
But people are all here. Minister for ICT and National Guidance is also here, seated inside the hall where they are reading the results coming in from the various sub-counties. So many sub-counties have been read. We're still listening. Every result that comes in, Mr. Mukundane David, the returning officer.
So from the results so far, provisionally read, how is the Minister for ICT performing?
Yeah, from the results, actually, the results which have been read, when you try to make a computation of all the polling stations, the results coming in, Minister for ICT is still in the lead.
Okay.
And I even don't see Mr. Sam Kajojo. He came in some time back around like 1 a.m. He was seated inside here, but he later on actually went.
Okay.
But with the Minister for ICT, he's still in the lead. I can decisively say from the results, official results coming from the Electoral Commission.
Okay.
Returning officer for Kanungu District, the Minister for ICT, he's still in the lead.
Okay.
Also for Chinchizi West, the Honorable James Kaberuka, who is the incumbent Member of Parliament for Chinchizi West, is also still in the lead.
In the lead.
Then for the woman MP, Betty Namara, is also still in the lead.
Okay.
She is having a main competitor, who is the current woman MP, who is called Chinshawa Patience. She actually is also neck to neck with her.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I will be back to you when more results come in, or when they start announcing the official results of the winners. Please, I will have you so that Ugandans are in the know of who is winning and who is coming to the next parliament in Kampala. Thank you so much for the results so far.
Thank you so much. I'll keep you posted as the results keep coming in.
You're welcome. So, gentlemen, you see how things are moving. Ndugu Dean, you are talking of the competition, the stakes. Part, I think, of the development to show that we are developing is also to see that competitiveness, that people now feel they should take lead, they should take the leadership, they should be there. Does that contribute to the development, or does that take away? Because one you do expect that maybe people will say the other person can go, he's better.
Elections that are recognized should have an element of competitiveness. Sham elections are normally either a landslide because there will be issues of either some people turning down the electoral process and leaving it to whoever wants to lead.
As long as you're not talking about the unopposed.
Exactly. I'm not talking about the unopposed. I'll come to that. But I'm shedding a bigger picture. Because the unopposed are few in Uganda. And I want to assume that the unopposed are because of what they've done in their various either constituencies or regions. So they are being given that credit, that please, we really need that service. So we cannot dare bring someone on board to stand against you. But the competition, the stiffness, most especially in the highly contested areas where you are seeing that even the results, people are still tallying, people are still making sure that what should be read as that last vote or number is the actual vote for the would-be winner. That is a sign of growth in that particular area and in the Republic of Uganda.
Sure.
When you look at the voting process and the history of the votes in Uganda, we've had always a neck-to-neck kind of thing. Right out from 1958, the seats, because by then they were considering seats, there wasn't a very big margin between who was first and who was second. And that is very healthy in the environment of elections.
Sure.
Since then, up to today, we've had a percentage that does not call for an alarm whether we really had an election. Issues where you have someone winning by 99%, we've had countries where people are winning by 99, 98. That's not the issue in Uganda. The issue in Uganda is you have a 60, you have a 30, you have a 50, you have a 30 something, and that is healthy for Uganda. And we've had incidents where things have changed, where you've had something raised from the opposition's manifesto and then being implemented
by a government,
by the party that has won the election. That is very important as a country, and as a country that is looking at development through democratic means.
Well, I want to add on something that just slightly. Competition is very healthy, and it's very important for any growth to happen. There should be competition, just like in any atmosphere, even in school. If you don't compete, your results will always be, that competition helps to notch down the child's brain to the last. But then we need to get down to the aspect of what are we competing and what is this competition for?
And even who is competing?
Yeah, because if it is leadership, and that means we are needed to put ideas and philosophers that these people see that is going to help these people to get to point B. But then if it becomes a money competition, then that's a problem.
Different thing.
You understand? If I can be able to buy out someone because I have money, then it ceases to be a competition. It's something else. It ceases to be a competition. It's just like if I want someone to vote for me, and the only thing I need to do is give them money to vote for me, then I'm not competing for that seat. I'm actually buying that seat. And it's the same thing. If my competitor, we are supposed to show the world the ideas, what we're supposed to do if we are in that office to make better the lives of other people, and I shut my opponent down because of money, then it ceases to be a competition. So we need to itemize what kind of competition are we talking about here. Because we have candidates that are play, we have elections that are ongoing, but the element of who has more money is actually killing the competition that we're looking for.
Yeah.
Just to add on what Dr. Big Sam is putting across, he's raised the issue of money. I'm also bringing in what we call the lenience vote, where the voters know that this particular candidate does not qualify, will not even probably say a thing at the floor of parliament. Just for the sake. You see?
Oh yeah. Just for the sake.
Yes, just for the sake. The person is not going to work for that constituency. He's just being gifted at the expense of the whole constituency. Remember, when this person is voted into a position, is not only serving the members of that party, but is serving the citizens in that particular constituency. Is supposed to advocate for the missing things in that particular constituency. And the only tool he has or she has is to get on the floor of parliament and discuss up issues. This person will spend an entire 5 years without debating or deliberating anything on the floor of parliament. That person is a liability to that constituency. So we have the issue he has raised of people buying out others, but also the leniency vote. Please, let's take this man. Just you look at him. Alieko.
There's one person who had that as the theme of his campaign. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Those are some of the issues, salient issues, that as we are still in work in progress, those are some of the issues our voters, the citizens of this country, that have to look into. Because at the end of the day, you see, one funny thing is, if a road is not in Kajansi, and probably you elected such a person, then they will point a finger to someone else.
That's right. That's right.
Probably the head of state. But he can't be everywhere. You elected someone to stand in, to represent you as a constituency, to bring out your grievances, to bring out everything you lack in that particular constituency. But this person can't express him or herself at the floor of parliament.
No, but you guys, you are lucky. You just next parliament here. And you have seen the type of quality that exists in this house. Sometimes you wonder whether it is because of the numbers, or is it because Kampala is very far from certain places that when people get to town here are so mesmerized. I heard of a story, an expression of one of them who was, they were talking about him as the only time he would open his mouth was when he was going to eat or kiss. But that is all for the 5 years that the guy was in parliament. But also, I think you also talked about something to do with accountability. Why some of these people are not, because we have been following these campaigns, we have not had the interaction of the citizens. Asking these people, you promised this, what have you done? You promised us this, where is it? I think this campaign has been more or less a one-sided story, where people come and tell you blah, 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 and the time is going up, it's already late, we have to go. But I think we need also that kind of interaction where citizens are going to task their leaders to tell us what is happening. So I think we can get back to Ivan. Is it Ivan? Yes, Ivan is already online to tell us what is happening in the constituency where he is. Ivan, if you are hearing us, please can you update us what is happening where you are?
Thank you, James Mututa. I'm told you are with Big Sam and Mr. Chibirige. I want to inform you people that the people of Zimbabwe have been following the proceedings of this election process via our Uganda Broadcasting Corporation platform and even the people online. This is a trusted source of information that they have been following all the way through since yesterday. In Zimbabwe district, as of now, it is 1 minute to 5 a.m. They are yet to announce any kind of results in Zimbabwe district, both for all the 4 constituencies in the area and Zimbabwe district as is. At the moment, the returning officer is still tallying some of the results, and he has been announcing them time and again while people are here witnessing them. I have ably interacted with some of the candidates who are in the race, and apparently two of them, that is Nina Rose, the NUP woman member of parliament candidate, and Vegumiza have identified issues of vote rigging and as well as the failure of the BVVK machines, alleging that this process has not been free and fair, citing issues of intimidation by the security agencies and as well other challenges. But in response, the returning officer said his role here is to read the results so that the agents can compare the results he has and theirs so that they can synchronize and there is no any form of inconvenience regarding that specific aspect. Now, as we are here, we have already had results from the presidential candidates from the constituencies in the district, and even the directly elected members of parliament, and even the women representatives of parliament. But still, we are still waiting for the returning officer to as well read more results that are yet to be read out to us. Now, one thing I would really like to tell you about is there are certain people who have been disgruntled in this entire process. There is a member of parliament, the one who is contesting under the independent ticket, Mary Begumisa, who clearly stated that she had called the Electoral Commission chairperson, but he was not picking her phone calls, yet she wanted to pass over some kind of information that would perhaps try to intervene in the situation that was on ground. But I am also told by my colleagues that in Maogola County, where there is a Daisy Vyuma, Goreti Namuga of NUP, Dumba Dennis Independent, Morris Muchibi, there was a little bit of chaos and there were confrontations. I was informed it was not really good for the eye in that side of Maogola County. But in other areas of Maogola North, where Aine Kaguta, the NRM flag bearer, is contesting with other five, that is Chigongo, Francis, Chigonya, Angela, Liazi Moses, Tumweba Zejet, and as well Twine John. But from the preliminary results, for those who have been here, specifically for the Remiaga County, one thing we have realized that General Emmanuel Rwashande has been beating the rival Theodore Sechikubo with a very big margin in some of the polling stations. There are polling stations where Theodore Sechikubo has gotten zeros, while Rwashande is having over 300 votes. So in the look of things for that specific electioneering, temporarily you could say Eben Rwashande is very, very ahead of Theodore Sechikubo. But for the woman member of parliament representatives, it's still a tight race. It's still ongoing. That one I'll wait for the returning officer to at least give us an update regarding what is happening regarding that specific women seat representation in parliament. But here we are still waiting for updates from the returning officer, and we shall keep here, wait until we are told who will represent the people of Zimbabwe and all the other 4 constituencies in parliament for the next 5 years. But when they were reading out the results of the presidential candidates, we have 8 presidential candidates, but the race mostly was tied between President Yoweri Museveni and as well Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. These are the 2 people who are having some votes in specific areas. However, the only presidential candidate who did not get a zero in this election is, for this perspective of Zimbabwe and all the other 4 constituencies, is Yoweri Museveni. But all the other candidates, at least each one of them has not been voted in a given polling station. But we shall officially wait for the results from the returning officer. What I'm explaining to you is circumstantial, and it's dependent on the observations I've been making while I was still in this territory. As of now, that's the update I can give you, but as we move along, I will keep you posted regarding any form of development, as the people of Zimbabwe, I know, are waiting to hear from their sitting rooms who has won and who has not performed well, what do they expect these leaders to do, and what next after this.
Now, Ivan, before you go, would like to know, did these presidential candidates have agents in these polling stations where you happen to pass? Hello, Ivan. Oh, maybe he didn't get us. Why not find out? Were they agents in these places, or like they said, there's been a confusion that some people have not been able to go and vote, but an agent, I think, will do all that they can to get to the polling station for their
8 candidates, and 7 of them have gotten a 0. That is from Zimbabwe here.
Yeah.
Maybe the polling agents did not vote for their candidates. That's the only explanation I can give. That even your own wife doesn't trust you.
Yeah, that happens. We have seen that happen. But I think, like we were saying again, we'll go back to it, that the agent, the candidates also need to be serious. To the extent that you can get a 0 in a polling station in a country when you have had signatures from these places. Were some of these signatures forged, or they came from people from across the country? Even the 2/3, that's a lot of population.
That's a lot, yeah.
So who was signing on some of these signatures, these documents? But like you were saying,
well, maybe at the start, you can easily convince someone to come behind you, even before they hear what you're going to do, and maybe along the way, the people that signed for them, they say, this guy has no content. And the candidates use money. They use money. Sign for me here. You have money. You understand?
Yeah, that's
and
true.
when the reality comes,
because sometimes you may not see what are you losing by signing on someone's paper?
Yes.
And in the exchange maybe of 10,000, and Ugandans can do that
Yeah.
generously. And then when it comes to the voting, you have your candidate.
It's a private vote. It's secret.
Just like we said, we have moved the journey, and now we are at a point of looking at the things that are still challenging us to get to the point where we need to be. And one of them is what Doctor is talking about, not having agents at every polling station for every candidate that stands for presidency or for MP, whatever it is. So those are some of the few things. Fronting, we previously were talking about money issues, buying out candidates, fronting candidates at a lenience ticket. Those are the things that are still deterring Ugandans and voters to reach the level where we need to be in this process of what? Of this democratic process of voting. Yes, we've moved as far, but there are still issues that need to be addressed. And some of these issues can only be addressed, by the way, by one, revisiting the Act, the EC Act, amending the rules and regulations that prepare a candidate to be to become a candidate of a particular position. So we are yet to be there, but some of these issues are still a challenge, and unless addressed like the rest have been addressed with the time, you'll find that they will keep recurring.
Yes. And maybe another point that is very, very key. I remember I started by telling you about the Muluka chief. For one to be a Muluka chief, in those days, you needed to be a stakeholder. You had to have a home in that vicinity, a business in that vicinity, a garden in that vicinity, and those Muluka chief people, they had maybe 3 wives or whatever in that area. Now, we're coming to today's election. Someone leaves Kampala, goes to campaign for Chegegwa. He don't live there. He goes and rents a property there because he wants to win an election. You understand? He's not a stakeholder actually in that place. But he has seen he can maneuver things around there and things work for him. Now that's what causes a zero. Because those guys will accept you, but they know you're not from here. And they will not vote. You understand? And it's happening. It's very common in Uganda. Very, very common. Someone stays in a different district, but he sees that maybe there's potential in Masaka.
Yeah.
He lives here and goes to start campaigning from Masaka. Or maybe he has done a lot of wrong things in this district, and he knows here
needs to be somewhere where I see him as a new face.
Sometimes it's the money. A person comes with money, and you know Ugandan is, once you begin floating money, they will definitely call you your man, though they are a woman, and they will give you the vote. I've seen this happen in some cases, and of course the law is not also very bad on that. As long as you are a voter, you don't even have to have a house in the place because you have to be within the next 6 months.
That's true. That's true.
You have gone to parliament. So, and I think we have moved fine, but it is also now need to be more conscious and more democratic consciousness, so that when you are voting a person, it's not just sending them to go and eat like the other, but also the issue of saying, let him also go and eat, because the one who has been there has
did not also do anything. So I know one MP who spent 3 years in the United States. 3 years. He was voted, she was voted, sworn in, was in office for about a couple of months, and got a chance to get a visa through UNA, and went
never came back
and started processing citizenship. That's the whole time she was not here. I know another councillor in Kajansi, where I come from. He came from Nansana, came to Kajansi, won the election. He's in Canada.
In fact, you're right. We have heard that many of the councillors, I think in KCC here, are either in Canada or US, or something like that. In fact, I know of one who also told the voters that if God helps her to go through, and she can be an MP, she's heading to Canada, never to come back. I'm seeing the results that she's likely to have lost. So that may not happen for her. But that also shows the level of awareness, especially when it comes to the voters. In fact, one was suggesting that maybe we go back to the electoral colleges. That a few people will come and decide on behalf of the others. Maybe it will work than having everyone involved. Because your vote and my vote and the vote of someone somewhere else you would even not imagine counts, and it's the same. So much so that maybe if the electoral college will sit down and will say, but this man or this woman were giving this vote, is it worth to give him, or can we give to the other person?
And maybe we also need to, the government or the country needs to put money into teaching the community the importance, the role of all these office bearers. What is the role of a parliamentarian, do people in the village know that this is what he's supposed to do? Before they vote in someone they don't know. You understand? Before I just vote in my friend into office, do I actually know what that office does? You understand? Because if people know that this is the role of a woman member of parliament, this is what she's supposed to do, we expect 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things from her. And they go down. This is the expectation of the councillor. This is what you're supposed to do. And these are the expectations. And the people at home get to know, so that they can vote someone that they know this is what we need to demand from you. You understand? But can you imagine that someone goes to parliament and promises them that as I get into parliament, I'm going to make sure that we build a school here. That is not a role of
I'll build a school.
Yeah, it is so bad that even the candidates themselves don't know what they're supposed to do. Because they're the ones that are telling people that for me, once you vote for me, the issues of the roads will be sorted. And we say this man has been in the parliament, oh this woman, but look at the roads. That's an MP. You will see the council also talking about the same, talking about the schools. And you know, these are things which they are not supposed to do. Now, you
build a church.
Exactly, and that's why you see when finally a tractor arrives and he comes to work on this road, everyone is going to jump on that tractor. Trust me.
As his input.
Exactly.
They'll come and take a video as it's called. I was here. No,
exactly.
This is so bad.
Yes, because the level of ignorance is not only among the electorate, but also those being elected. But of course, you cannot be wiser than the community where you belong. So that whatever happens there is also what you come up with.
It's so bad.
But also, I think there must be that education to the people who are voting, so that when a man or woman comes to tell you, I'm going to do this, you can dispute. But for now, if with limited information, you may not be able to do that. But the issue of money, that is where people declare their budgets under the sources of their funds. That I'm going to spend 1 billion on this election, and this is how I got this money, which I'm going to spend.
Yes.
In here, we have that problem. A person spends a lot of money, and you can tell the salary of a member of parliament. Now, even if the 5 years that this person is going to be in the parliament cannot recover that money. So where are you spending this money? And where are you getting this money from? Well, I think the next discussion should also, as we evolve more in our democratic dispensation, it is also important to ask some of these questions and to lay bare, if you are going to stand, like we said, 20 million, if you're only worth 20 million sincerely, and you're going to lead people who are billions, then your credibility shouldn't be hinged on 20 million. It is also important now to discuss how people are getting this money. They are being funded. Who is funding you to have a billion that you are going to put in an election where we know you, by the end of your 5 terms, you are not even going to get that money back, and then you want to come back. And indeed, we have seen some of them after they go for the first term. You are seeing some of them how they are struggling now because they are not they cannot raise that money to get back to parliament with that money. So I think that issue of budgeting and the disclosure of the funds has to be thought about.
That's right. That's very right. That's very true.
Yeah, coming to that, James, the issue of knowing how much you are worthy is very important. What is your worth in terms of what you're earning is very key, because I've heard of candidates who actually go for loans.
I know.
In banks to make sure that they can sustain the campaign season. And by doing that, much of the time is spent on actually paying back the loan and the debt, more than working for the people that actually elected him in office. So it's a very big challenge.
A very big one. Very big one.
Because then, you know, you are servicing alone, and you have, and the constituency people are dying, are wedding, are going to school, are sick, and they will need some support from you, definitely, because that's how we have also how we have trained our people, that when you are an MP, you have to do all these things. And like I said, someone will disappear until the 4th year in the term that he can come back. Because
can you believe they can actually vote you in power or in office because you bury a lot of people, dead people on the village? And they will people will give that reason. So and so. Really?
In my place, there's one who was voted because they drink together.
Really? So I think we need to do better than that. We need to do better than that, man. We need to do better than that. Oh my God.
But I think that also means that there must be another form of civic education to our people. But that also means that even the members of parliament should explain themselves better to the electorate. Say, you are going to vote for me, but this is what I can do, and this is what I cannot. So, but I can maybe lobby with the government. I'll be able to make budgets. So that when the government is budgeting, I can push for a position that my road can also be put on the budget for the next financial year or something like that. So that in the 5 years you are spending there, maybe by the end you'll have been able to put 1 or 2. But taking a blanket as the source of all the development, it might not be able to happen. We will be getting more information when it comes to the updates of colleagues who are out there in the field, but now I see it is coming to dawn. It means that now we shall be having fresh declarations from some of the polling stations and in tallying centers across the country. And for us, in the next few minutes, we shall be handing over to the new team that will be coming in, and they will be updating you when all this happens. So, but gentlemen, what do we expect from the new parliament?
That's a good one. That's a very good one. What has the old parliament not done? Maybe we need to start from there. Answer. What did they do? And along the way, actually, you will also find out that we're going to lose credible material that would be in parliament, because someone does not belong to this party, and we're going to lose such credible people that are parliament material, but because they don't subscribe to what we believe in. One of the things that I believe that the parliament of this season has not done is they have not represented Uganda and the places where they come from very well. They have made the parliament as a play stand. Anything that wants to be a joke should be in parliament. That's why they're not taken serious. I think there should be a redefinition of parliament from the new parliamentarians that are going to sit. And if it takes going back to the old ethics and pull out that document and we reread it and study it, because I know for sure that when the swearing in is done, they will always go for an induction somewhere. They will be called somewhere for induction, but they will be telling them on how to spend the money they're giving them first. You know, how to dress up good. But what is the ethic of the real parliament obligation for a Ugandan? For me, that's what I want to go back to. You understand? A parliament where it is not about fighting for opposition stuff and no, but a parliament that is going to work for Uganda. Not to say who talks more, who belongs to which party. For me, the old parliament that is going out, that is what they have done. throw themselves out. But we have not benefited as a nation to define the proper picture of a parliament.
I've seen a lot recently, especially in the US, where there have been a number of bills to vote on in the House. You see Democrats and Republicans crossing the floor and voting together against their running government or their positions. Do we see this parliament that is coming crossing floors and voting either with the NRM or with the opposition on the positions? I highly doubt, because it is like the foundations are being laid stronger. But we'll see that, like we said, there are some issues that are across the board. They don't segregate. Whether you are in a movement or you are in the opposition, you don't need to kill your head so much, because the issue is always for all of us. So for me, I would also want to see that people discuss issues in a sober way.
Thank you.
If it is a position that has been brought by the movement, it can be subject to discussion. If it is brought by the opposition, it can be subject to discussion. And we vote as Ugandans on some of this particular. For me, that's what I would wish to see in Parliament.
Personally, I think in the forthcoming Parliament, we are going to see some amendments done for the current rules and regulations for elections.
Okay.
If I'm not wrong, if I stand to be corrected, the former leader of opposition, Honorable Mpuga, talked about issues of making reforms on elections. And I think that will come out this time round. I don't know who will steer it, but I think it will. Because we have to move to another level. As I said, we are at a level where we can't drop in terms of democracy. But at the same time, we are at a level where we should be seen to be moving forward. And that calls for reforms. One, given the technological advancements, the digital age dictates a lot of things. But also the issues we've pinpointed here, which people should be candidates, issues of money, issues of all that. You need reforms, because when you do, you get if you do some amendments, then the reforms will be triggered. The change will be seen. There will be an impact on how things will be done.
We're talking of reforms. People think have been murmuring about it when they said, I think there could be a change where the president can be voted by Parliament.
By Parliament, true.
And some people were like, wow, how can that? But I was telling some people, said, for me, it is just the system. You can either go parliamentary or you can go presidential. Either of them will give you the results.
But previously, we were talking about history here. The party with the most seats, the chairman would become the leader, the executive leader. That is how people like Beni Chiwanuka and Dr. Milton Obote became
leaders in this
the
country.
leaders.
So it is just, you just need to in fact, for me, like I was saying, that maybe when you sit Parliament down to vote, regardless of what happens, it will be a more sober vote, because people will say, we are going to give you this, but you should also be able to do this. Accountability will be forced there and then. Then when you go to the villages, like the money that is spent for people flying all over this country looking for votes to be presidents. I think that money can be saved. But still, once you have the majority in parliament, you are as good as a government. So it is just a matter whether we go through a referendum or Parliament can sit down to decide, but that a decision like that one will need a referendum for Uganda to decide now whether, like we decide whether we go multi-party or we go single party or we remain the movement. We can now decide whether we go presidential system or we go multi-party. These are all democratic platforms that are already working in some other countries. So it is not new in any place, but it seems that it just needs people, like we said, to think nationalistic, not thinking for you as a person, as a political party, as long as we are all having a discussion as at a national level. Me, I see nothing wrong with it. Because like you said, we have had a history in this country. When DP, I think it was KY that had to unite with the UPC. It
had a coalition government with the UPC.
With the UPC, and they had to do that. And initially DP had even won the election. So these are all systems. So gentlemen, we are winding up. What should be our take today as what we expect from the results tomorrow now?
To start with, I will start with the presidential candidates. It is from the results we've received and I want to thank our colleagues in the field. Ivan Mugoya in Kololo, Ora up Namfuka in the east. They've done a credible job of reporting and of sending in information and updates about the results and how elections transpired in the various parts of the country. It is evident that candidate Museveni is in the lead as per the results. And it is also evident that there are two people that are closely competing. That is the candidate for NRM at that level, the president of this country, and Honorable Kyagulanyi, the NUP leader. But what is, because I'm a person of statistics, there is one clear thing that in as much as each one is leading in a certain area or a certain region, but there is one that is leading with vast margins. And that in itself will tell who the winner will be after all votes in the various regions of the country are tallied and read out by the chief returning officer, who is the EC boss. Because we've seen areas where one is leading with a margin of 200 or 300, and the one who is second is in 20s or even 60s.
Oh, zero.
Yes. And then you have another one who is leading by 60, but the other one has 30. So that difference tells you who actually will take the ballot. Because there will be areas where there will be almost 50-50. But by those margins, you can see where we are going. Then the members of parliament, it is still a 50-50 kind of thing. One, it is evident that the ruling party will still maintain the majority number of representatives in the August House, that is the next
the
parliament. So, but of course we are going to see some casualties. We've already heard of some casualties, and that is the nature of politics.
Talking of casualties on that, so far we have seen that a number of flag bearers, especially from the NRM group, may not make it to parliament. Now, I think this also has to do with the issues that came up during their primaries. That it's possible that there were some problems with the management of the elections at the primary level. Because if you got, I had one who got 30,000 votes actually during the primaries, but I think as we speak, she could not raise even 10,000 for the general election. Then you wonder, like he said, maybe 20 along the way discovered that this person was not the person they would want, or that there were issues at that level that they were not able to.
James, people are funny, but as democracy dictates, power belongs to the people. You can never know the semantics of a particular region while people are electing their leaders. They may use, let me use the military terminology, they may use you as a decoy in the primaries to wake up this person that man, be careful, we still have the power. But then again they turn out to elect that particular person for the seat. But also, this brings about another picture, and a very clean picture, that some parties have actually embraced people who become independent. Others have had zero tolerance about independence. But they've been taught a lesson too, that at times the person who becomes a CASA, an independent from your party, you may need that person. I'll give a very vivid example of Busiro East, where you had 3 contestants from the same party. One was bolted out because of his academic qualification. Another one was the incumbent, but who didn't get a ticket. And another one was also part of the party, but did not receive the ticket. And by the time the one who received the ticket was thrown out from contesting, these two had become independent.
That's right. Yeah.
So you're in a scenario where you want to follow this person, and of course we had people saying, I will rally behind candidate so and so, but he's an independent. He's an independent. So there have been lessons. We've learned some lessons.
And then we have seen even from the political parties themselves rally behind the independent.
Exactly.
Against their own flag bearer, which means that even at the party level, there is that confidence problem that this person, well, has a flag, but maybe it's not the right person.
He's not the right person to represent us.
How do you do it in your elections?
Every election has got deep dives and jumps. So you maneuver things the way you see them. and for me, I don't want to say there is a formula on how, whenever there is a scenario like that, you maneuver the way it has come. You understand? But it's also very important that we should also note that these people that are independent, after they have left their parties, they did not leave because of the party.
Yeah.
They left because of a particular individual that pissed them off in the party. And if they manage to go through, 90% are chances that these people will go back
to the where they came from. Sure.
It's one of those ways that parties have to be open hand to welcome, not put a lock in there to say that, hey, if nothing happens, you're out. No. We need a scenario whereby we get everybody to work together. Because at the end of the day, after the elections, 5 years are not for the party.
Exactly.
5 years are for Uganda.
Sure. Yeah, because whether in a party or out of the party, the ultimate is to get to parliament.
Yes, yes.
And we have seen many of the people coming up with the outfits to help them get to parliament. And you see them decamping, moving from one organization into another for purposes. So when I go to FDC and I realize FDC is not going to facilitate that to Parliament, I'll look for another. But I think because of that, the personal issues, we're now seeing the independents, the number of independents increasing.
Yes, that's right.
That's right. In fact, even this time, I'm sure we're going to have them more than we had last time. Yeah, but that also means that political parties need to move. Dean was talking about the democratic move, that now even the political parties also need to have that movement, that they mature in what they are doing, so that these issues the in-house can address some of these issues before they get out of hand and people going for each other's neck. Yeah, so that is going to be important. That's some of the expectations that we are now looking at the new parliament. Now, for me, one thing which I want the parliament to look at is the issue of workers, because when you become a member of parliament as a worker, you must have resigned before you join parliament.
Yes. True.
But people, you are being elected as a worker to go and represent workers in parliament. Now the law says before you go to parliament as a worker, as a government worker, you must have resigned. But that to me is contradictory. You are going to ask to represent, but you have to resign from being a worker. So you are resigning being one of us to go and represent.
That's a nice one. That's it. So what do you think? You're saying you should keep both jobs?
You know, you should be a worker. You may not necessarily have to resign, but you must be a worker. Then you are going to represent us as a worker. But if you are going to resign as a worker, then you are no longer you are no longer one of us. Because even at a party level, if a person is from the movement and goes to parliament and joins FDC or joins NUP, then is recalled, because it's no longer one of them that who send them to parliament. So for me, definitely, I'm looking at that one. That if I were in parliament, I would go for that.
I'm also thinking, and I think I may be biased, but this is what I think. We've had issues where committees are formed in parliament.
In parliament, yeah.
And I will take the industry in which we are, the industry of the media, where you find that honorables that have got radios, that have got TVs, seated on those committees. If you go outside of this country, if you benchmark with democratic countries which we deem or which we think are high up in terms of democracy. In such situations, they are what we call conflict of interest issues. You should be free from that to be on such a committee. Otherwise, you'll start competing directly with issues that probably you're deliberating on issues pertaining UCC, which does play a media function, or you're deliberating on UBC, which does play a media function.
Yeah, but even besides that, it is also, you can't be a member of parliament when you are also doing business. And that sometimes you end up doing business with the government.
True.
Because it's then assumed that you will be compromising the systems to get your way.
True.
Because we know of members of parliament who are doing construction works and they are getting government contracts to do the works, and they are paid. Maybe by proxy, they may not be doing themselves, but through their proxies. So, like we said, if you are saying that a civil servant to be able to go for elections should have resigned, then I think it is also fair that some of these rules are also enforced to you yourself. But also the other thing which I also would wish to see this parliament working on is the issue of salaries. That you don't sit now to say, now for us we have to be paid so much and so be it. There must be some arbitrator, someone outside that organization. Otherwise, then the foxes will sit down to say that tomorrow we are going to attack this village and eat all the sheep. And they will do it. So this is one of the things that I also want to see, is that there is a separate entity that determines the salaries of members of parliament, that you don't yourself sit, because then you are being unfair to the rest of us. Civil servants, when do we sit down and also decide that we should be paid so much? Someone else has to decide depending on the resources around. But for you, you come and decide, and so everyone then wants to end up in parliament. But that is not the ultimate where people can serve the country. I'm sure people can serve this country in very many other capacities. But because of that money that is tagged to the position, everyone would want to sit there.
Man, I can't agree with you less. We're spending a lot of money on members of parliament in this country. And at the end of the year, when you look at what has been done vis-a-vis what we have paid, the taxpayers' money, I think it calls for receipting and work hard the salaries. Uganda is a growing economy, but we're living like the economy is already there. You understand? And that's why everybody wants to go to parliament. Exactly. I think so. You know, sure. and it's so easy to go to parliament as long as you have senior 6. It's easy to work.
You can jump from school and
you know. So I think we need to regulate their salaries. There's a lot of benefits that the parliament gets. There's quite a lot of things that come with money, and the taxpayer money, the taxpayer is the one paying. And the number one, the members of parliament are too many.
Yeah, sure.
For this small country. And I'm saying it again, there are too many for this small country. And they're getting paid too much.
For the economy we are heading.
For the economy that we are having. And that should be visited. I don't know whether they can visit it themselves. But I don't think so.
It may not be possible because then it will be the Baganda say Enkima Tekolachi.
Tesaragwa Chibira. All right.
The Enkima may not Saragwa Chibira. These are some of the things that definitely we are looking at, and I hope some of them will be looked at as the new administration comes in, as the new parliament comes in, as the new government comes into office, and then we will have a lot of things happening up there. As we approach this hour, top of the hour, we seem to be winding up our broadcast, and we will be back maybe later in the evening again, but the new team will be coming in, and they will be updating us on the presidential tallying and the parliamentary results tallying from the all the tally centers across the country, and also be updating us on the announcements that will be coming in, especially for members of parliament who will be announced at the various tallying centers. And we thank you who have been with us all this long, from the deep of the morning to early morning now, and the good morning team will be coming in now. And on behalf of the production team and those who have been behind the camera, those who have been the control, and those that the team that is across Uganda to bring us this broadcast, we thank you, and thank you, gentlemen, for the time that you have been here, and we hope it's going to be another good day, and we'll be back later with our viewers. We say we are stopping here for now, but we are not going nowhere. Stay tuned. UBC is bringing you more programs and more updates on this election of 2026. Thank you so much.
Kawanda Church of Uganda Primary School. Aine Godfrey Kaguta, 179. Chigongo Francis, 0. Chigonya Angela, 2. Giaz Moses, 5. Temataid, 0. Tumewa Jet John, 72. Twine John, 0. Kasonji Church of Uganda Primary School. Frekaguta 165, Chigongo Francis 3, Chigonya Angela 12, Giaz Moses 0, Semataidi 0, Tumewa the Jet 35, Fine Ezra 0. Chetume Playground. Aina Godfrey Kaguta 96, Chigongo Francis 1, Chigonya Angela 1, Giaz Moses 1, Semataidi 0, Tumewa the Jet 79, Twine John 1. Bushoborwa Chitaulizi. Aina Godfrey Kaguta 83, Francis Chigonya Angela 0, Chigonya Angela 2, Giaz Moses 0, Semata 0, Tumewa the Jet 34, Twine John Ezra 0. Nakasagas Trading Center. Aina Godfrey Kaguta 108, Chigongo Francis 8, Chigonya Angela 2, Giaz 0, Giaz 1, Semata 0, Tumewa the Jet 15, Twine John 0. Kasonji B Trading Center. Aina Godfrey Kaguta 129, Chigongo Francis 1, Chigonya Angela 4, Giaz Moses 0, Semata 0, Tumewa the Jet 24, Twine John Ezra 1. Serinya Primary School. Aina Godfrey Kaguta, 184. Chigongo Francis, 1. Aina Godfrey Kaguta, 184. Chigongo Francis, 1. Chigonya Angela, 3. Jazz, 1. Semata, 0. Mwebaze Jet, 83. Twine John Ezra, 0. Makugwe Trading Center. Aina Godfrey Kaguta, 144. Chigongo Francis, 0. Chigonya, 10. Chigonya, 1. Chigonya, 10. Riaz, 1. Semataidi, 0. Tumwebaze Jet, 37. Fine John, 0. Kabarasoke Community Grounds. Aina Godfrey Kaguta, 41. Chigongo Francis, 0. Chigonya Angela, 0. Yaz Moses, 0. Semataidi, 0. Tumwebaze Jet, 27. Fine John Ezra, 0. Chukuma Dungu Catholic Church. Aina Godfrey Kaguta, 78. Chigongo, 0. Chigonya, 0. Yaz, 0. Semata, 0. Tumwebaze Jet, 70. Fine John, 0. Kasozi Community Grounds. Aina Godfrey Kaguta, 84. Chigongo, 0. Chigonya, 1. Jazz, 0. Semata, 0. Tumwebaze Jet, 76. Fine John, 0. Obutugu Chitaulizi. Aina Godfrey Kaguta, 70. Chigongo, 0. Chigonya, 0. Jazz, 0. Semata, 0. Tumwebaze Jet, 38. Fine John, 0. Rutunku B at Polytechnical Playground, Nabut Z. Aina Godfrey Kaguta, 80. Chigongo, 0. Chigonya, 0. Yaz, 0. Semata, 0. Mwebaze Jet, 78. Fine John, 0. Rutunku B at Polytechnical Playground, A to Nabuk. Aina Godfrey, 66. Chigongo Francis, 0. Chigonya Angela, 0. Chigonya Angela, 0. Yaz, 0. Semata, 0. Mwebaze Jet, 82. Fine John, 0. Rutunku A at Community Grounds. Aina Godfrey Kaguta, 70. Chigongo Francis, 0. Chigonya, 0. Yaz, 0. Semata, 0. Tumwebaze Jet, 63. Fine John, 0. Chartagisha Chitauris. Aina Godfrey Kaguta, 44. Chigongo Francis, 0. Chigonya Angela, 0. Yaz Moses, 0. Semataidi, 0. tumwebaze Jet 32, twine John Ezra 0. Nabinoga Primary School. Aine Godfrey Kakuta 87, Chigongo Francis 0, Chigonya 0, Gaz 1, Zemata 0, tumwebaze Jet 70, tumwebaze John 0. Chamgoa Full Gospel Church. Aine Godfrey Kakuta 75, Chigongo 0, Chigonya 1, Gaz 6, Semata 0, tumwebaze Jet 33, and Twine John 0. Congo 0, 01, yes. Chigonya Angela 4, Yaz 2, Semata 0, tumwebaze John 37, Twine John Ezra 0. Rukwasi Catholic Church. Aine Godfrey 78, Chigongo Francis 1, Chigonya 9, Yaz 1, Semata 0, tumwebaze 48, Twine 1. Yaruhanga Farm. Aine Godfrey Kakuta 75, Chigongo Francis 0, Chigonya Angela 1, Yaz Moses 0, Semataidi 0, tumwebaze Jet 11, 0.
Center. The returning officers just read and declared results for directly elected members of parliament, that is in Maogola North. All right, my producer is saying that we are already on air. Thank you so much, Samuel Sendono. Now, we are at the Tally Center, that is in Sembabule district, but I am still with one of the observers, but who is also a journalist, Mr. Nicholas, and we want to understand from him how has it been as a journalist to disseminate information to the audience. How has he been able to relay all the information that is gathering on ground so that it reaches the audience that he serves? So kindly take us through. You went to the polling stations very early in the morning, you gathered all the information you had. How were you able to communicate that information given the fact that the internet had been shut down?
My friend Ivan Kawa, Ugandan is watching you this TV. What I can say, cutting off the internet was very unfortunate. It was very disappointing and heartbreaking. In fact, I can say it was an abuse of human rights, most especially the Access to Information Act, which is part of us as journalists. It gave us at the time as journalists to disseminate the information as we were on our job doing the work of disseminating the information. Because you had to write SMSs, SMS takes a lot of time to compile a lot of information. So if we had the internet on, we could use our PCs, type the information, very well compiled, and then you send to your bosses. But then with using a mere phone, the phones can jam. A lot of problems using a lot of airtime. You could reach a place with urgent information, but when you find yourself the airtime is already off, it was very unfortunate, and it gave us at the time, and I can again and again say it is a violation of human rights, most especially in this digital era. We are living in a global village. The only way we can communicate is through the internet. When you cut it off, you have cut off the whole world. You have denied those people down their rights to know what is going on in their country, what have happened where they are not, where in their area of residence, what is happening in Zimbabwe. I'm deep in Manyama, in Sangala, in Mawogola County. What is happening to my candidate? What is happening to the polling station? When the internet is off, those people down, they were not well covered also, because they could not follow very well on their TVs, they could not follow very well on their radios deep in the villages, because us, the journalists who were disseminating that information, we are getting that at the time. Yeah, we delayed a lot. The thing that you could send at 9 p.m. could reach at 12, or it could go to aired at 2. Yet it was to be aired at 9 in the morning. But because you have been delayed, the internet is off, we got a lot of hardship.
Actually, I've been told there are some journalists who had to put the information on the taxis and buses to ply to their stations to air the content.
Yes, they did, especially our colleagues who works for the TV. They had to compile the information, make a CDs, put on flash, and then take it to the taxi. It takes like 6 to 7 hours to reach Kampala from Zimbabwe. For the information that you covered very early in the morning, and then you have another information you have covered in the noon time, that means that one will reach very late in the night.
For now, there is someone who has stood up to raise an issue. Let's listen to what she's raising an issue. They are giving her a microphone. We're going to hear what she is raising. And
thank you, Mr.
That is Mary Begumisa.
And everybody present. I am Mary Begumisa, a candidate now and a sitting member of Parliament. Now that you're going to declare the results, I want to put a few concerns before you and your team and to the group of our people, of our voters in Zimbabwe district, and to the Ugandans at large. Zimbabwe district has 17 sub-counties. Since morning, I have called your office. I've called even Justice Byabakama himself. about a lot of things, about voter bribery in Maogora West, Maogora County. As I talk now, abantu bange abakyali wabweru ba agency baffe bangi baliridde ku nsiko mu Matete, Maogora County, obokisi bungi bwatwaliddwa mu Gombora zonna ssatu ne Maogora West, where I come from. I called Susan and I was still at my home. A lot of injustice has been done on us as a people of Sembabule district. I want you to note, nazze wano ku ssaawa emu yennyini, I'm the only sitting member of parliament in this room. Nga nninda okulaba bye mugenda okulangirira. To the media and to the Ugandans, it is only in Sembabule district, in the whole of Uganda, where up to now, justice has failed to come our way. It is only now where a P6 dropout is going to replace a graduate like me. Is that the NRM? And thank you, sir. Mr. Returning Officer, Yagala kutegeze bitonotono as you go ahead to declare that we are going to court on the same, at least in Maogora County and Maogora West, where I come from, and other polling stations which I called your office since morning, and no justice was given. Ebyalo bingi tubiristinze, abantu baffe bangi mbadde ku Rainbow, bazze nga bakaaba, mbalese nga bakaaba, bazzeeyo mu constituencies nga bakaaba. I told them, no, kangende babisomenga wendi ku lwammwe bannasembabule, mulibeera abajulirwa nti nayimirira ng'omubaka wammwe. Yes, I am independent. From day one, I never got justice, but it's okay. Njagadde bino bijje gye muli, neebaza Katonda the whole district bye bataddye byonna tusobodde obikuŋŋaanyaayo biibino. Ojja ku witnessinga the same handwriting. Omuntu omu n'awandiikira ebyalo 4 enakase era ebitakuli, voter bribery, video tubadde nazo, obutambi tubadde nazo, naye nga bakulaga tokkirizibwa wadde okusemberera a station. I want to tell you, sir, if I were you, I would not go ahead to declare any results in the place of district woman member of parliament, Sembabule district. And if you went ahead, it's okay. It's okay. But if I were you, I would hold on a little, call people here, bannasembabule, ne bakubuulira, my official agent is here. Stand up, sir. He is a graduate, Mr. Chigonya Kasi. Si wapitu ajulira byonna bye tuyiseemu, bannasembabule bajulira, but you are free to declare as usual, but it will go at least in the annals of history. Sembabule, abantu abatono ab'olubatu baatuula ne bagiryamu olukwe ne bagirondera omubaka gwe batalondangako. I thank you.
Hello.
Maogora 1, David Lewis Rubongo ya 49, Kabanda Minsa Nabengo 42, Karuhanga Rina 0, Kasozo Abdulwahab 0, Chiwuwa Ronald 0, Kusaba Susan 1, Ruzi Abraham 15, Rwanga Aran 2, Minawa Faruk 0, Muhanji Moses Kapere 6, Mutesa Mushini 0, Nakuya Aida 3, Natwera Fiona Destiny 0, Tamare Iduwaswa 0, Walangirira Abdara 0. Mackenzie East Kololo Primary School MUH to Z, Agaba Mzora 1, David Lewis Rubongo ya 78, Kabanda Misa na Bengo 47, Karuhanga Rina 1, Kasozi Abdulwahab 0, Chiwuwa Ronald 0, Kusaba Susan 0, Ruzi Abraham 19, Rwanga Aran 2, Minawa Faruk 2, Muhanji Moses Kapere 22, Mutesa Mushin 0, Nakuya Aida 0, Natwera Fiona Destiny 0, Tamare Iduwaswa 0, Warangirira Abdara 0. York Village East Kololo Primary School N to Z, Agaba Mzora 0, David Lewis Rubongo ya 43, Kabanda Minsa na Bengo 27, Karuhanga Rina 50, Kasozi Abdulwahab 0, Chiwuwa Ronald 0, Kusaba Susan 4, Ruzi Abraham 4, Rwanga Aran 0, Minawa Faruk 2, Muhanji Moses Kapere 10, Mutesa Mushini 0, Nakuya Aida 0, Natwera Fiona 0, Tamare Idi 0, Warangirira Abdara 0. Those are the 5 for directly elected member of parliament and Kololo 1. District woman representative to parliament, Kololo 1 polling station, Baska V, East Kololo Primary School. Kasiri Evelyn Kent 3, Marende Shamim 80, Nachitende Salama Adelaide 3, Nana Namata Anet Mwafrika Mbarikiwa 2, Namfuma Shamim 11, Nantege Christine Zabu 2, Nanziri Amina Rukanga 76. Mackenzie East Kololo Primary School A to MUG, Kasiri Evelyn Kent 4, Marende Shamim 86, Nachitende Salama Adelaide 0, Nana Mwafrika Anet Mbarikiwa 2, Namfuma Shamim 6, Nantege Christine Zabu 0, Nanziri Amina Rukanga 61. York Village East Kololo Primary School A to M, Kasiri Evelyn Kent 1, Marende Shamim 51, Nachitende Salam Adelaide 0, Nana Namata Anet Mwafrika Mbarikiwa 5, Namfuma Shamim 9, Nantege Christine Zabu 1, Nanziri Amina Rukanga 51. Mackenzie East Colorado Primary School MUH to Z, Kasiri Evelyn Kent 0, Marende Shamim 102, Nachitende Sarama Adelaide 01, Nana Namata Anet Mwafrika Mbarikiwa 5, Namfuma Shamim 4, Nantege Christine Zabu 2, Nanziri Amina Rukanga 59. York Village East Colorado Primary School N to Z, Kasiri Evelyn Kent 0, Marende Shamim 51, Nachitende Sarama Adelaide 0, Nana Namata Anet Mwafrika 02, Namfuma Shamim 02, Nantege Christine Zabu 1, Nanziri Amina Rukanga 31.
Good morning, Uganda. Welcome back from all the events of yesterday into this morning. I know a couple of you, or many of you, have not yet slept as Ugandans are following up on what transpired from yesterday and is still transpiring with the results. But it's a new day, but the event still continues for Uganda as Uganda decides who shall be the next president of Uganda and who shall be the next member of parliament for your constituency. My name is Julie F. Nataba this morning on UBC TV, and I am with Robert Chirabonyonyitono and Joan Murunji. Now looking at the provisional results that were released and stated by the EC chairperson Simon Byabakama, that is from results from 103 polling stations only so far, accounting for about 0.26% of all polling stations. So far, of course, the total number of polling stations is 50,739. Standing as candidate Bulira Frank, who has 84 valid votes, counting for about 0.36%. Candidate Kasibante, who has 66 votes, accounting for about 0.29% of valid votes. Candidate Chagulanyi, accounting for 7,753 votes. That is leading up to 33.64% of valid votes. Candidate Mabirizi, 45 votes thus far, and accounting for about 0.02% of valid votes. Candidate Muntu, accounting for 164 votes, that is to 0.71% of valid votes. Candidate Munyagwa, 145 votes, that is to 0.69% 560% of valid votes. Candidate Nandala Mafabi, 560 votes, that is to 2.43% of valid votes, and candidate Museveni, 14,232 votes, that is about 61.7% of valid votes. The total number of valid votes thus far from 133 polling stations is 23,049. Invalid votes counted at that time were 796, accounting for 3.34% of total votes, and total votes were over 23,000 of registered voters. So far, 37 votes were counted as spoiled votes. That was announced by Justice Simon Biabakama at about 10:45 p.m. last night, and we shall see him again at about 9 a.m. this morning, giving us a second set of the provisional results from the National Tally Center. But of course, before I look at what some of the observers had to say, I will hear from Joan. I will allow Joan to let us know, in case you're just quite confused about how all these things and the whole process turns out from the time you finish casting your vote to the time votes are counted and to the time they're tallied together so that the results are given to you. Joan, once again, first and foremost, good morning.
Good morning, Julie.
And it's a pleasure having you this morning, again serving Uganda.
As always, and good morning to you, Ugandans. First of all, I would like to congratulate you all who casted your votes very peacefully. Where the places I visited, it was really a peaceful exercise until the counting of the votes. This early morning still, Kampala is still calm. The streets are still empty. There is not much going on, and of course, I've seen just a few taxis about one trying to sketch for people to see if there are those that would be heading to work. But an overall overview, Kampala, the streets are very, very, very calm. There is nothing much like to make a halabalo about. And of course, yesterday we saw the Electoral Commission with the special powers that are given to them. Extend the voting process until 5 p.m. and for some places slightly over 5 p.m. Because of the delays that were caused, and some voters ended up leaving the polling stations without voting, who later on came back. So the Electoral Commission gave some, I would call it amnesty to these voters until that time, not in all polling stations, but they were just a few. And just to give you a glimpse of what happens after you have casted your vote and the Electoral Commission has closed the polling, or the Electoral Commission officials have closed the polling stations. Once casting of the votes is done, the returning office, the presiding officer goes ahead with the electoral officials to count the votes in the presence of all the candidates, polling agents, and also the accredited observers, and also accredited media personnel. The results are then filled in with the DR forms by the presiding officer, and in order it is done in a systematic manner, beginning off with the presidential results, followed by the direct member of parliament, and then the woman representative of the district or the municipality. And of course, these results are then delivered to the sub-county. And just to let you know, nothing goes on at the sub-county. The sub-county is just a mere collection center of the polling materials or voting materials that have been collected from the various polling stations. And from there, they are taken to the district tally center. In whichever district you have voted from, your results from the sub-county are taken to that district tally center, not just any headquarters, but it must be specifically the Electoral Commission tally center. And once they are at the district, the district returning officer, normally called the DRO, has the powers to announce the results of the members of parliament. I repeat, the district returning officer declares the results of the members of parliament, but for the presidential candidates, he has no powers. These results are transmitted to the National Tally Center, and that is where the tallying, collective tallying from all the districts that carried out voting takes place. And there it is only the powers of the Electoral Commission chairman. In this case, it is Justice Byabakama, who after 48 hours, if it has been prolonged, announces the results of the presidential candidate voting. And that is only if there is no rerun, like Robert explained yesterday. If a candidate has surpassed a 50+1%, that is when we have the results of the presidential candidates declared. But if there is no candidate that has gathered a 50+1%, then there is a possibility of a rerun.
Right. Thank you very much, Joan. And as Justice Simon Byabakama declared yesterday at the official opening of the National Tally Center, he made mention of the fact that 17th January 2026, before 5 p.m., we shall have known who the president of Uganda is at that time. But Robert, give us an update of what he made mention of, especially in regard to the BVV case that became quite a problem and a center of conversation in yesterday's voting.
Well, first I want to begin by thanking all Ugandans, those who went to the polls, to polling stations and did cast their vote.
Right.
I want to thank them so very much because they did what is biblical and also what is constitutional and a right for them. Now, second, I also want to thank all Ugandans who have prioritized peace and not engaged in any form of criminality at such a time, so that we have peaceful elections. Of course, I feel sorry for our brothers in Uganda municipality and also those in Kibanda North in Chiliandongo, because those ones definitely did not have that chance. The elections were suspended until another date. Very funny mismatch of particulars of their candidates in these areas. So we sympathize with them. They were excited, they woke up, but they had challenges. However, all is not gone. They will announce a date. Now, yesterday, one of the things that had caused confusion, but I want to thank Justice Simon Byabakama because he came in and responded to that. That is rightly what you've said, the voter verification kits. Now, our constitution does not mention the kits. For the laws governing parliamentary and presidential, they talk about a voters register. And a voters register was issued to all candidates, and of course all polling stations in Uganda had the voters register of the voters in that particular area. So we've always been depending on the voters register. It's just that this time we wanted to bring in something new, which in some places did work, like where His Excellency voted in Karo, a primary school in Kuruhura district, Rachitura. It was very clear. They did work, and some areas they did work because we saw him, the thumbs couldn't detect them, but at least his face, and that's what they used to verify. So areas where they hadn't, where there were technical glitches, Justice Simon Byabakama clarified and said, let's use the register because we cannot deny Ugandans the right to vote simply because a technology that is not even as recommended but was just brought in for effectiveness and more transparency. You know that yes, this is the person, though it is also practically very possible with the voters register as previously we've been doing. So that had delayed voting in some areas, but later after that press conference, that statement of Justice Simon Byabakama, the electoral officials, the polling officials now knew that they could go on with the voting, and at the end of the day many people did vote, we must say, The delays that happened, of course, in some areas it was compensated, but others they stuck to what was supposed to be done. Yes.
You did make mention of security, and I'd like to actually find out from the both of you what security highlights you heard of, or you saw, or you got to learn of in the midst of yesterday's events. I, for one, the security events that I got to witness was at Bunamwaya, the areas of Bunamwaya, Chisigula, Chitebi. The evening had a rush of tension and insecurity. I actually, with my own eyes, I got to see army officers fire gunshots in the sky. By the time I was within the trading center, a body was reported to be at Asuman Clinic in Bunamwaya, one along around Hillside, Chisigula, one being reported somewhere within Chitebi. You could see fire being lit in the middle of the road that connects to Chisigula. It was quite a moment of tension. People were hiding in shops. It was really a place that got many to think of many things, especially for many who have not yet experienced a place of insecurity or the times of the war. It was a time to ponder on a lot. But I wonder what pockets you did take note of. Let me start with you, Joanne, if there's anything you took note of.
Before I head to the security, you know, when you were talking about the biometric voter verification kits, I liked the fact versus the national registers, national voters register. I like the fact that the information on the National Voters Register was just fed into those machines. So there would be no problem if they use the National Voters Register. And when I come to the security, just to differ from what you saw, Julie, where I was, it was very peaceful.
Right.
There was no chaos and no incidents. Though I'm told at some polling stations in Katende, the deployment of security got heavier in the evenings, but it was just a peaceful one. For me, for what I witnessed, there was nothing really to make alarm over.
All right. Robert, anything you took note of?
Well, I was in two places yesterday, both in Machindye and also in Usabala. Now, Usabala, I must say it was very peaceful. Not even in the evening did we see anything like heavy deployment. It was very, very peaceful. Now, Machindye, also the voting was very peaceful. I must say, even announcing of results were very peaceful. But around Katwe areas, these young boys, the ones they call Chifesi, Bukora, you know, there's that group that they are below 17. It's a gang of...
Like the Gali thing?
Yes, like the Gali. But this is usual of young kids. They range from 13 to around 18. Now, around 4 p.m., they moved through, snatching everything.
Wow. With the open shops and...
Yes!
Where was
what we call a guard. Now, we want to thank military police. You know, they fired, though we didn't register a shooting or what, but they helped save the situation. The guard, those young creatures, had started their usual business.
Wow.
So
using
these are
opportunity.
It's not about elections. For them, they seize opportunity
to loot.
They just move in huge numbers and begin wherever they find. If you're on a border, motorcycle, they hit and take off. But I want to thank security. It moved in. Of course, they fired some bullets for about 5 minutes. And of course, that made people scatter a bit and wonder. But they were chasing or dispersing those funny groups of children whose parents have not been responsible enough.
So it wasn't about election violence, it was just theft, crime.
Because I interested myself to find out that what were those bills. They said no, it wasn't anything to do with the elections. These boys were just trying to use that moment, knowing there is tension. And by evening, I want to tell you, if you pass through this very exciting place, Machindye, and even in the morning I passed through, I don't know what happened. For the first time, I saw all bars
closed.
Yes, most of them were actually closed.
No? Right. All bars. Now, even those I know that they always were closed.
They always were closed.
Actually, I think the only place is Namasuba. There's this new place.
Where you normally go?
Happy Boys?
No. That
Still
was
launched,
Happy Boys.
still launched.
It is called whatever. That one. It is the only
But
place
you know
I saw.
Interesting.
No.
Right, now...
2026, I don't go
you
there.
know that place. You
now,
just,
I don't
given
even know the name.
provisional results that we have from about 133 polling stations so far that have been announced by Justice Simon Byabakama. So far, they show that in Buganda region, NUP has made Buganda red, indeed as expected, and other regions, NRM is leading. Other regions of Uganda so far are very yellow. That is as far as the provisional results from 133 polling stations. And in just a bit, we'll definitely be getting in touch with our field reporters to hear what is on ground. But let me look at a report that was given by Crispin Kaheru, who is a human rights activist and election observer as well. He made mention of the fact that generally there was calm and peace. The election was not as intense as other elections have been, but he also applauded the Electoral Commission for making a quick switch in the moment that the BVVKs were not functioning. That immediate decision to announce to the whole country to switch to the manual national registers was something that he applauded the EC for. He also made mention of the fact that the voter turnout mainly depended on an injection into voter mobilization. And he felt that maybe voter mobilization is something that was still lacking with Uganda. But he also said that on a general whole, yes, there were pockets of insecurities here and there, but on a general whole, security was stable. And he also recommended that moving forward, moving into the next general elections, can we have regular civic education for Ugandans? This will make more sense for the next election because Ugandans will be more involved than rather forced or manipulated into voting for certain agendas or ideologies they don't understand, out of pocket cash and small monies. Now, I do not know what you guys think about his observation, but I'll start with you, Robert. He recommended the quick switch and the decision the EC made in that moment in time, and he also made mention of the fact that voter turnout is based on the voter mobilization. With those 2 points, what is your stake?
Well, the EC's decision, everyone commended it, because what would have been of the situation if we say the machines are not working in some places, we wait to rectify that problem. Remember His Excellency, the NRM candidate, Yoweri Museveni, after casting his vote, he addressed the residents that were at Karo Primary School. Now, he also mentioned the issue of the BVVKs, yes. And he said someone, according to the NRM candidate, the information he got, because he said he was up by 6 and tried to make a few calls, know how things are moving on. He said these kits, each kit is attached to people. Now, you can't operate a kit if you're not the person that was allocated that kit. Now, what happened? These people had to submit data to the Electoral Commission, and that data had to be inserted into these machines. Now, the president said there was delay, and he said they're going to investigate if it was intentional or there could be other factors, to send the biography of these people to feed in to these machines. Areas where they did send in time, and the operators could operate these machines because their information was there, those areas worked. Now, we couldn't hold Ugandans at ransom that because there was a delay somewhere. However, Justice Simon Byabakama, for him, he said they're going to investigate what could have been the cause of this. Now, it was wise, otherwise it was going to cause mayhem. People waiting, and you tell them machines can't work. Yet, you have the register, like Joanne said. The information that the machines have was is exactly it was fed into, and it was on the register. Now I commend that. Now, voter education, civic education, I must say there's little that was done by the Electoral Commission. Little that was done by civil society. Because you find that many voters who went to the polls, apart from excitement to some of them, you know, civic education doesn't only teaches you voting, the voter education, tick here, tick there, but it creates awareness why you should vote first and foremost. In civic education, it empowers you to know why you must vote. 2, it gives you an insight or knowledge of who is best to be voted for that particular area, because it teaches you why you should vote. You're told who you should vote, not that vote for Chirabo, but if you're voting for member of parliament, what kind of member of parliament should you vote? If you're voting for president, what kind of president should you vote? Now, if people know why they should vote and they are told, they have that and they feel it that I must vote, then of course the turn up will be high. If people know, because if people know why the people they should be voting, they are eager to ensure that the wrong person doesn't go into power or take that position. So definitely they will turn up in huge numbers, because Judy, I'll say, I will not vote for Joan. In my area, Joan has stood, but if I vote for Joan, things will not be good. I won't stay home. I'll rush and vote for Judy.
Robert, you remind me, and Joan, I'm coming to you shortly to speak into this.
No, it's okay, we still have the time.
But when you say that, you remind me of a colleague who was telling me who they are going to vote for. And for them, their idea of voting was as to who they believed would serve. Now remember, this politics is also interesting, that who you vote for might not have the power to push to be able to serve, given the numbers in parliament, given the politics that plays around it. So he told me that for presidents, he had one party. For MP, he had another party. And for, I think, woman MP, he had another party. He had 3 different parties that he was going to cast that vote for. And it made me think of how much does this empower us as the electorate? While you see potential in different candidates, then the politics around them, even if, yes, they make it to the August House or to the office of presidency, how much politics shall empower them to serve your expectations at the end of the day? Some conversations such as that, beat my understanding as one who casts that vote. And I don't know what you think about that. Voting the party, voting one you see with potential, which do you think would make sense?
The problem is the Israel went crooked. We made a curve instead of a straight line. How? When we held a referendum, I think that was 2005, and decided to open up space for multi-party democracy in Uganda, we didn't invest much. I'll give an example. Political parties are supposed to be working all 5 years through. But in Uganda, political parties begin operational at, I think, 6 months too, or 1 year too. Now, political parties are meant to bring the best for every position. So that if I'm NRM, if I'm NUP, I know that my party brought the best. But because we've not invested into political parties, we do things hurriedly. For next year is elections. Now we're going to Kamufu. We don't have cadre identification, cadre recruitment, cadre training, and sometimes even the methodologies of electing flag bearers are wanting. So you end up seeing people go back to individual merit. I personally am a voter, but I want to tell you, I'm stuck in individual merit, because for me, I'm not going to vote for someone who I think, when I make an assessment, will not deliver for the next 5 years. That's why when I hear this swept, that thing of swept, I feel bad for my motherland, because we have to have people, and I'm telling you, let's look at the 12th, this is going to be the 12th parliament. I'm sorry to say, and don't quote me wrongly, we may be disappointed by some of the people who are going to lose their seats and their replacements.
I totally hear you.
In terms of quality and ability.
Now,
the 12th parliament may shock us that we are going to lose potential people
I hear you.
Because of party, those things.
Quite
and
a
we are
number.
going to have funny replacements that do not match the standard of what we've lost. Then later, we will come up and regret.
It's interesting that you say that because with the provisional results flying all over the place, they really show that the men that we've known to speak in the August House are losing it in one way or the other.
And it's okay to lose it if you're having a better replacement.
Yes.
But you see, you can't remove a cup of milk from me and give
And
me
how
water.
do you determine a better
we give you
replacement?
colored water.
Give me colored water.
How do you determine a better
John.
replacement before even the 5 terms are?
No, there is ability.
the
Some
term
of
is
these
done?
things, it is not one size fits all. Some of these things, when you're coming to Parliament, for example, you're coming as a legislator.
Yes.
You must be exposed. Parliament is not a place for learning. You must be with that ability.
You must be already well read, well
Recently,
exposed.
there is a constituency.
I like that, Robert. I was also telling someone, people do not know what Parliament is. They think going there and they do not mention what we are suffering from.
The late Cattle Ruwama brought us trouble. The late Cattle Ruwama brought us trouble.
And I asked this person.
And wherever he is, may he so rest in peace. But he brought us trouble. Where people thought that you can just send someone. I can say the post voting was done, now it's starting.
Right.
Now, where people can assume that you can even send someone just to eat. Send someone because he is. Now that trouble.
And by the way, Ugandans now say that, kagenda yerire. It's as if it's a normal statement amongst the electorate. But coming over to you, Joan, with the comments and observations from Crispin Kaheru, what do you make of them? He made a statement that indeed the general elections were indeed come all together. They were at least not as intense as the previous elections. He applauded the EC for that quick decision making in the switch from BVVKs to the manual registers. And of course, he also made mention of the fact that voter turnout depends on the injection on voter mobilization. And of course, he also made mention of the fact that security was stable generally. And moving forward, he did hint on the fact that Ugandans need civic education. What are your 2 cents with these observations?
Of course, the first one of switching from the biometric voter verification kits to now having the voters verified manually. That was okay. But my question is, I don't know if mainly presidential candidates were consulted before this was made, if they are key holders in such decision making. And if so, if it was done, then that is a plus for the Electoral Commission. I don't see any problem with that. Like I earlier mentioned, that the information was from the National Voters Register and it was fed into the machines. So there is nothing once you get there and your name is there. Even if you saw the president, initially he also had issues with the BVVK, and not because it was faulty, but once they are capturing these fingerprints, you could have placed it maybe facing towards the left, most of the biggest side, and when you go there to be verified, you place it facing to the right. So those ones are, it's not something to really, condemn the Electoral Commission about, but the fact that detecting of the iris of the face made sure that the president is verified. I think, there are always options. If this one fails, there is always plan B. So it was okay to switch to the National Voters Register. And I also noticed something, Julie, when it comes to civic education and voter education. One, before I even get to that, I would love to commend to the Electoral Commission that you would know your polling station online before the internet was switched off. Because you just use your ID, I think, or application ID, and they would show you where you voted from, or whether you are a registered voter or not. And interestingly, someone happened to check before the internet was switched, and he was very sure that he's going to vote, he's registered. But on reaching there, and it showed error, voter is not registered.
Interesting.
And the reason why I commend the Electoral Commission is that voters were urged to go and update their details before the polling day. before the Electoral Commission closed off that activity. And for those of you who went to the polling stations when you did not go back to update your presence on the National Voters Register, this is what you faced. Previously, they had voted in 2021, but come 2026, you weren't able to vote because the Electoral Commission couldn't verify. Are you still alive? Are you deceased, or are you even still eligible to vote? So
they weren't in the cleaned up register.
Exactly, the updated one.
Because
actually.
that is why it is called voters update.
Yes.
They update the register to remove the dead, to remove some people who would have transferred because you had that, and even Electoral Commission issued voter slips.
Right.
Except a confusing what happens in Kibanda, what happened in Kibanda North County, that is in Chiliandongo, and in Ibanda municipality. That is something I'm just asking myself, how do particulars of the candidates, not the voters, but particulars of candidates
get interchanged? Of course, yes.
So that is something I believe it's, yes, I don't want to call it an oversight, but of course when you look at how many polling stations and how many constituencies, one would say in Uganda there's a saying, okay, though we want perfection at its best.
Yes, so for that matter, the Electoral Commission really did a very good job. And next time, voters, please, when they call for you to update the voters register, please go, please hit to that call. And of course, about the BVVK machines, there were technicians placed at polling stations. Maybe they tried. They should have tried. And
but according to the president's explanation, he said, even if you're a technician, you can work on technical problems, but you can't work on missing information.
That's
if these machines were supposed to be operated by, each machine was designated to 2 people, and their biography had to be in this machine. Now, if this information, Joanne, you submitted it to me, and it's supposed to go to Julie, and maybe from Julie, it's supposed to go to, Julie has to put it in a system that matches. Remember, that machine, if it was for polling station A to B, it would not work on another polling station. They were so specific.
Indeed.
Now, a technician on ground could not have your biography.
Of course,
it was as useless as.
Now, the conversation. Education?
Yeah, indeed. We're going to get into that, but it's important that you who's viewing us, first and foremost, thank you so much for choosing UBC this morning. 17 NRM MPs already unopposed and ready to represent the NRM party in the August House. We'll be giving you a few of what our reporters were giving us on ground from the different districts, but the Daily Monitor is already out, and excuse me, its headline, of course, biometric mess. But on a rather sad note, before we even get into the biometric mess, educationists mourn Bitamazire. Rest in peace. The education fraternity is mourning the death of former education minister Geraldine Bitamazire, the late Bitamazire, who last served as the Chancellor of the Uganda Management Institute, UMI, 3 years ago, before retiring, was born on July 17th, 1941. And indeed, may she rest in peace. Many of the Ugandans who have gone through the education system remember that era where they would say, Omulembe gwa Bitamazire.
2 people in the education sector.
And
we had Bukenya
and Bitamazire.
And Bitamazire.
Yes.
Those 2 really served for a very long time.
Yes.
And may her soul rest in peace.
Indeed, indeed. Now, of course, the Daily Monitor there gives you machine blues, the widespread failure of biometric voter verification kits, and that is in regards to yesterday's election exercise. But looking at candidates in the lead, we do have woman MP Kamuli Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga, Soroti City West David Calvin Echodu, Adjumani West General Moses Ali, and Nyendo Mukungwe, pardon me, that is Javira Sebina. In Ruemiyaga, Emmanuel Rashande. In Maogola West, Anifa Kawoya. And in Maogola North, Godfrey Aine Kaguta Sodo. Nakawa West, Joel Basekezi Senyonyi. And Maokota North, Amelia Chambade. Jinja South, Paul Mwiru, and Gulu City woman MP Betty Awol Ochan. I also did take note of Kasese, the Chancellor of Makerere University. That is Honorable, the name is escaping my goodness, Honorable Chris. Goodness, may the Lord give me that name. No, not Chris, but Kasese.
Kasese, oh sorry.
Kasese.
Crispus Kionga.
Crispus Kionga, yes please, thank you very much. Honorable Crispus Kionga was also in the lead that side, and looking forward to joining the 12th August House once
I think
again.
some names are not surprising. Some names are not
like
surprising.
Joel Senyonyi,
not a surprise.
Even Amelia, to me, I'm not surprised.
I know, right?
Amelia, not surprised.
Even Sodo Kaguta, I'm not surprised.
Sodo Kaguta, no surprise.
Even
Rebecca Kadaga, that was a must.
Even General Shande.
General Shande.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
By this morning, police had held Honorable Theodore Sechikubo for his own safety. For his own safety, not holding him against any form of crime, but for his own safety, they had preserved him so that this whole situation could come down.
Remember, that is within the confines of the law. The law gives police the right for what they call they can arrest you for preventative arrest because it has the powers to prevent and detect crime. If police detects that you're endangered, even if you've not committed a crime, they have the right to preserve you and detain you somewhere, keep you somewhere safe. Or if they suspect you're going to commit an offense, still, even if you've not yet committed it, to prevent you from committing an offense, they have the right. The law gives them powers to keep you so that you don't commit that offense.
And of course, Julie, the fact that we are receiving results from the voting of the members of parliament, and that now that it is absurd, now the late Namirembe Butamazira, I think I can point out, she served as an MP before, and that was for PG, woman member of parliament for PG. That was in 2001 until 2011. But then the next one, she was defeated in the NRM primaries during the 2011 elections. And that is when she was subsequently dropped as a woman member of parliament.
Right, and now it's about 2 minutes after 7 a.m. in the morning. I believe quite a number of Ugandans have not slept yet and are not ready to sleep until tomorrow, when the official result is out for who the next president of Uganda is, and who, of course, the next member of parliament is in the 12th August House. What we're going to do here is to take a short break and also allow you sip on some Ugandan coffee, and us here, the team at Good Morning Uganda, the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, make sure that we are energized this morning by Uganda coffee, encouraging you to take the same, sip on the same, so that you are energized for the next couple of hours as you follow on the election result, and of course follow the stories and updates as they come through. Good morning, let's have a short break and we'll be right back.
Of the day on UBC.
One-on-one with Michael Jordan Lukomwa.
A weekly face-to-face conversation focusing on accountability, inspiration, information, and sensitization of the public from the various sources, such as inspirational profiles.
Having a disability is not inability.
Every Friday 9 p.m. it's one-on-one with Michael Jordan Lukomwa.
Don't you see anywhere that you would give a credit in the fight against COVID?
My role as the owner of the country is not to, be preoccupied by giving credit to my servant.
We have said that if we are to talk to General Museveni, there must be certain conditions in place.
Is it true that you paid 5 million shillings to MPs that voted for?
Was brought to you by
I'll call you every day, yeah, yo,
can now get all the chibuzi out with MTN voice bundles. Call all networks. Kubei Dondoro. Buy a 25-minute voice bundle for only 1,000 or buy any daily voice bundle of your choice. Dial *100*221# and select daily or use the My MTN app. When we talk together, we are unstoppable.
As we go into the final lap of the electoral campaigns and into polling, we are calling upon all the people of Uganda to conduct themselves peacefully. First of all, the candidates, we call upon you to use suitable language that shows respect and tolerance, and language that promotes peace and unity, because we are all Ugandans and elections should not divide us. So we call for language that is respectful of people's cultures, people's views, and is tolerant, because we all have different views, but we all want to have a very, very united country, Uganda, and a progressive one at that. So we are calling upon you to conduct yourself peacefully as we go into the final days of the campaigns, and on polling day, to respect the views of others and to accept the results of the elections, and know that after the elections, there will still be a Uganda, and we need each other as citizens of Uganda. I wish you a peaceful electoral process, and I call upon you to be peaceful. Peace-loving Ugandans. God bless you.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace. We are into the political season. The atmosphere is highly charged. There is a lot of excitement everywhere you look. But elections come and go. We all remain the same people staying in this one country. We must prioritize peace. We do not want to witness violence. No one should be throwing stones. No one should be using inciting language or abusing others. No one should use a stick against a fellow citizen. No one should use bullets or even tear gas against citizens. Instead, we should sit as brothers and sisters, as Ugandans, and discuss issues that may appear different, one camp from the other. I look forward to seeing an NRM supporter sitting with an NUP supporter and taking coffee. I want to see somebody from Arua sitting down for a cup of coffee with someone from Bugisu, from Chigezi, from Buganda. Let's learn to tolerate each other, even when we have differences between us, because that's how we are created. We are not the same. What we should appreciate is that we can all live together. Uganda is big enough for everyone. So we should respect one another. We should not incite violence. We should not in any way participate in anything that breaches the peace. That's my call to all Ugandans during this season.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
Hi guys, we are going into the elections as a country. My job, your job is to pray that God himself will choose for us the best leaders, whether they are in this party or in this party. As long as it is God who has chosen them, then he will be with them. May God help us as we vote. Also, I encourage all my young people, make sure you stay alive to see your future. Be peaceful, don't fight. Someday I saw a guy getting a rock and telling a guy with a gun, Okorechi, Okorechi. I'm like, come on, you have a future to protect. Make sure you are peaceful. Even though your wife, your sister, your brother does not vote your side, make sure you stay alive together as you wait for the future that you are believing for. Stay peaceful, stay calm, and pray.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Electing your leaders at various elective positions is your fundamental human right. Here's how to cast your vote safely and correctly. Step 1. Go to the polling station where you're registered. Step 2. Present your national ID or voter location slip for officials to confirm your name on the register. Step 3. Your identity is verified using the Biometric Voter Verification Kit, fingerprint or face scan. Biometric verification is mandatory to ensure only eligible voters vote. Step 4. Your ballot is scanned and issued to guarantee it's valid. Step 5. Mark your choice in secret, cast your ballot and get inked. Polling runs from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Your identity protected, your vote secure. Turn up and vote. My vote, my voice.
A very good morning to you. We are watching the election process. We finished voting as Ugandans, and of course now we are watching the aftermath of every event that is taking shape, from vote counting, provisional results, to the observations that have been made on ground, especially by election observers. This morning we're having a conversation with Hussein Chigozi, who is an election observer from Global Election Observation Missions, and he is currently located in Kasanaluwero, where he was even yesterday when we spoke with him. When we spoke with him in the morning yesterday, shortly after elections had started, at that point it was about 11 minutes after 7 a.m., he did make mention of the fact that people had turned up in large numbers and the voting process was going on smoothly. He is online to give us more information of what transpired later on in the day, to paint us a picture of what he saw as an observer. Good morning, Hussein Chigozi. Good morning, can you hear us? Chigozi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, Julia, loud and clear.
Right, great. Thank you so much for giving us your time this morning. And with what the observation you gave us from the time we spoke to you last morning, that was yesterday, as the electorate turned up to vote, you did share that the process was smooth, the biometric voter verification kits were working. Was it the same story? Did it continue like that till the end of the process with where you were?
Thank you so much. Now, I was at a couple of polling stations, and the first polling station where I was, the BVK machines were working, but as I proceeded towards the front, some of the machines had issues. So, although that happened, the people in Luwero, most of them remained calm, though there were complaints arising from a couple of voters that they were at the polling station very, very early in the morning, as early as 6:30, and the machines were not working, so some of them actually observed that even went back home. So we are not certain if they came back to cast their vote, but what we are sure of is that the numbers that were there in the morning are not the same numbers that cast the vote as expected.
Chigozi, take us through the security throughout the day until the time of tallying. How are things? And even now in the morning, what is the situation like in Kasanaluwero?
At the beginning of the election process, of course, as the Electoral Commission had said, there were only two police constables and of course a prison warden for a polling station that I managed to attend, and this remained the same story throughout the process. Just on the fact that we never had any instances of violence, aggression, or any other impairment, so engagement between the voters and the security. So the situation was really calm towards the climax of the whole voting process, and it has been the same even now. There hasn't been anything regards the security threat from the people or any other person.
Chigozi, was the counting of the votes done in presence of all the accredited journalists and election observers?
Yes, media. The counting was done. Actually, the polling officials tried so much to see that everyone witnesses the counting of the votes, from media to the voters, to the candidate agents, and to the accredited observers. Everything was tried to be done in broad daylight. And for polling stations whereby there were instances of late counting, the electoral commission managed to provide some guides. So the voting process went on smoothly as regards the counting.
Okay, and were the unused ballots cancelled out and counted before the ballot boxes were unsealed?
Yeah, of course. For the different polling stations that actually I attended, that was the thing of the day. Like you have mentioned, they were first of all counted, and all that information was being recorded on the declaration form by the polling officials. I think that's the presiding officer, to be specific. Okay.
Now, Chigozi, you're an election observer, and we know you usually look out for things that have not gone as expected, then you make reports, and internationally, also locally, people rely on what did the observers, what was their report. Now, what do you make of day one as an observer?
Well, first of all, we as observers, we do not judge or make reports basing on one outcome for just a day. Of course, we try to make reports basing on the whole election process. Now, remember I told you at the start that we observed the elections as early as the starting of demarcation of the polling stations and these villages through the whole process up to where we are right now, and we are going to continue observing even what's going to be happening after the declaration of winners for the different candidates. So we can't say that because of the loopholes that were identified, for example, some of the machines not working at a particular polling station, that you're going to come out and only make a report about that. However, we look at the whole process from where it started, and if at all we identify any loophole, then of course we shall try to make this a point in our report, which we shall feed into the legal channels. Of course, that's the Electoral Commission and any other stakeholder who is mandated to get this particular report.
All right. Chigozi, when it comes to complaints right on ground where you are, did you receive any cases where the voters themselves approached you to share a thing or two that they were not comfortable with?
Well, I managed to cover a couple of polling stations, but I think I just had one where one of the, actually it was an agent who wasn't satisfied by the fact that a vehicle was being parked just we used actually as a boundary so that they could access the polling station. So one of these agents felt like this particular vehicle could be having anything, but I was of the view that everything is done in fair daylight, and you are an agent, so you are in the polling station. I doubt anything is going to be happening out of your sight. So that's the only complaint I think I received on ground. Otherwise, most of the people were okay with whatever was transpiring during the election process.
All right, thank you very much, Chigozi, for that update. We'll definitely be getting back to you to give us more of your observations from Kasana Luwero, where you are. Wishing you a very good morning as you carry on with your work. Now, in the meantime, very well, thank you. In the meantime, let's head over to Sembabule, where Ivan Kawa is, and he is with the returning officer, ready to give us an update from that side. So let's get straight into it.
Well, good morning, dear viewer. You're watching UBC Live. My name is Ivan Kawa, and we are broadcasting live from Sembabule district. As from yesterday, we have been at the Tally Center, and quite a number of issues have been witnessed during that day until now. But since we discussed quite a number of things from the days yesterday, I am joined by the returning officer to give us an update. Many people of Zimbabwe who have been following UBC TV have been eagerly waiting for the announcement of results, but we want to hear from the OC's mouth of what exactly is happening, when we should expect the results to be released. Good morning, sir. Kindly tell the viewer your name and then give us an update regarding the electoral process and the tallying. Why haven't we yet gotten the results?
Good morning. My name is Gracious Arija. I'm the returning officer, Zimbabwe District. Yeah, we've been here since yesterday. We started receiving results at around 10:11, and we commenced with tallying. And as I talk, we are progressing very well. And in a few hours, we might begin announcing candidates. It is a hectic program, since you have to capture all the returns from each polling station. But we are progressing very well, and very soon we shall be declaring the winning candidates. Yeah.
There were some queries that were raised by one of the contestants, specifically the woman MP candidate. How did you handle that situation, and is there anything a returning officer can do when someone raises a dispute about the electoral process?
The law is very clear. If there is any dispute during or after elections, there is a way how it can be addressed. And considering what was happening to yesterday, it was a day for voting. And at the end of the day, we received returns in form of declaration of results forms. And the role of a returning officer is very simple. Just receive all the envelopes, tally them, then after tallying, you announce the results. And it's what we are doing. In case of any candidate who is aggrieved, there is always a way of redress. So we advised her that yes, we are announcing to the public, such that if you have any, if our DRA is not tallying with yours, then you can maybe go ahead and use it for redress. That's what we advised her, and I hope she will take it up.
Have you received all the results from each and every polling station in the district?
Yes, we have received so far all the results from all the sub-counties, and we are now tallying, and not until we reach at the end of tallying, then we can easily identify that maybe one or two polling stations have not been submitted, and we follow the process that we always follow.
Are there any provisional results for someone who is watching there? Is there any provisional assessment you can give to the viewer regarding how their candidates are performing?
The provisional results are always there, but we don't want to call for excitement, call for jubilations, and yet at the end of the day you find after tallying maybe results have changed. So we ask all the candidates who have contested that be calm. When we are done with tallying, we are going to announce the results.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thank you too.
You're welcome. Well, that is the returning officer. He has given us a brief on when we should expect the results to be announced. Tallying is still ongoing, and we are still here. I'm also not going to leave this place until we get the final results. They have read quite a number of results from different candidates, and right, one can say there are candidates that are performing well, there are candidates that are not doing well, and there are candidates that are extremely doing bad. From Zimbabwe district, there are candidates, specifically presidential candidates, who have gotten zeros. Absolutely 7 of the candidates have got a 0 at one of the polling stations, save for the NRM candidate, that is President Yoweri Museveni. And as you can see in the room, that is the table. For those who have just tuned in on Good Morning Uganda, that is the table where the returning officer is seated, and every calculation is being done from that specific point. That is the tally center. And then on the left, you can see the screen. There is a screen there. That screen is displaying some of the information in case anyone wants to be abreast with what is exactly taking place, where the votes, the candidates and the polling stations and the number of votes, I can see there are quite a number of figures, but as the returning officer said, that they do not want to excite the public. That's why they decide to at least give it time before they do announce the results. Now, a recap in Sembabule district. You have the Sembabule district where there is a competition between the women representatives, and these are 4 in number. You have Mary Begumisa of the Independent, you have Florencina Mbazira for the National Resistance Movement, you have Nina Kankunda, that is Nina Rose for those who know the artist, she's representing the National Unity Platform, and Esther Kinkuhire running as independent. That is for the Sembabule woman member of parliament. Then of course you have 4 constituencies in Sembabule district, and these include Maogola North. Maogola North had 6 contestants, and among them include Aine Kaguta Sodo, who is representing the National Resistance Movement, Chigongo Francis representing the Forum for Democratic Change, you have Chigonya Angela representing the Democratic Party, and Elias Moses, PFF, Tumwewa Zejet running as independent, and Twine John running as independent. In Lwemiyaga County, one of the other hotly contested territory, where you have Brigadier General Emmanuel Rashande, you have, that is for the National Resistance Movement, you have Theodore Sechikubo of the National Resistance Movement, Migade Joseph Amoti. Theodore Sechikubo is independent, I beg your pardon. Migade Joseph Amoti running as independent, and Ainebiona Innocent also running as an independent. Now, an update regarding what happened in Lwemiyaga County, specifically where Theodore Sechikubo was supposed to vote from. We have information that he did not vote, and he alleges that his supporters and him were not allowed to vote. But since yesterday, we've been treating this as an allegation because we are yet to speak with any authority to speak over this specific aspect. But I also managed to talk to Theodore Sechikubo, who had promised to get back to me, but since yesterday we are yet to get in touch, and he has also not appeared at the Tally Center. But there are other candidates whom we have been with at the Tally Center. Now, Maogola County, I am told there has been a little bit of inconveniences and chaos where there is a contestant known as Goreti Namug of the NUP, a very vibrant woman there. There is Daisy Biuma for the National Resistance Movement. You have Dumba Dennis running as independent, and of course, Morris Muchibi. That is the information we got from that side, where they have witnessed inconvenience between the security agencies and absolutely the voters. Then we also have the presidential candidates, 8 of them. And from this side of Sembabule, when they were reading the preliminary results of the presidential candidates, for example, there are territories where the president, the sitting president, but who is a candidate for the NRM party, had a big margin with Kyagulanyi Robert Sentamu, but there are other polling stations where Kyagulanyi Robert Sentamu performed better than Yoweri Museveni, and out of the 8 candidates, the other 6 were not really performing well. You could think the race is between the National Unity Platform candidate and NRM presidential candidate Yoweri Museveni. From the Lwemiyaga side, from the results that I had the returning officer read, it is ably, though provisional. We shall wait for the returning officer to announce the result. In many of the polling stations, Emmanuel Rashande performed better, hitting a margin. For example, there are polling stations where he got about 400 votes, and Theodore Sechikubo had 2, 5, 7, and there were quite very many. And it was all the excitement from the people who are around here, and you could anticipate and say probably this time around the ball might fall in the hands of General Rashande. These are provisional, not my results. I am not a returning officer, so I am just informing you depending on the assessment and what exactly I have been witnessing in this area. For the woman member of parliament, one of the contestants raised concerns before the returning officer, alleging that the voting has not been free and fair. There has been intimidation and allegations of ballot stuffing. In Lwemiyaga, for example, as well, there are people who absconded to vote simply because at the time they arrived at the polling station, the ballot boxes already had ballot papers, and they said, we shall not vote because this is not free and fair. But later on, we shall try to reach other colleagues and probably connect with the Electoral Commission boss to explain to us some of the inconveniences and the concerns that have been raised by those that have participated in this specific election. For now, this is the update I can give you, but for Sembabule district, we are still here, but I am told in about 3 to 4 hours, so we might leave this place at around 11 or midday because the tallying is still ongoing. I hand back to studio.
Kahwa, he did show us a picture of the pie chart on the screen that was on the left side of the returning officer's desk, and the pie chart was painted yellow. Not sure what it interprets, and they'll be telling us more, of course, because they cannot release any official numbers as we speak. But he also did speak into the fact that there are complaints of ballot boxes that were already filled before voting officially started. We'll definitely be getting facts on that particular matter. Now, I'll definitely come to Robert and Joan for you to just speak into what you think, Ivan, the report he has given us, from the pie chart he showed us, to what the returning officer made mention of. I'll start with you, Joan. What are your observations, or what are your 2 cents?
And of course, when we look at Sembabule district, it has over 17 sub-counties and town councils, and over 65 parishes and 505 villages. And the population for Sembabule is over 30,000, is over 305,971 people, and that is according to the the census report of 2024. And of course, when you look at the previous election of 2021 presidential elections, Sembabule had over 132,240 registered voters, and only out of these 82,554, which made 62.1% voted. And of course, yes, in 2021, of course, the incumbent for the presidential elections, and that is Yoweri Museveni, gained 56.7%, while NUP had 40.7%, and the FDC had 0.30%, and the others accounted for the 1.3%. But for Remiag, of course, it has been one of the toughest MP seats. When I go to the side of the MPs race, it has been one of the toughest MPs seat that we had to look at, given the fact that there was a lot that transpired between between Sechkubo and Rashande. We saw the court, the petition to the Electoral Commission, and then also going to the High Court, where the High Court also held the decision of the Electoral Commission. Yesterday, when I watched Rashande casting his vote, he came out and said he realized something, that there was a ballot paper that was being issued to a voter, and accidentally the EC official must have teared it. So after casting his vote, he made statements of every person should be given one ballot paper, meaning even if this ballot paper has gotten some damage, the person should use that. So it made me wonder, ponder on something. How is that regarded? Is it a spoiled one? And is it an invalid one? Maybe the Electoral Commission next time will come out and tell us. Because if you give me a ballot paper that is damaged, do you consider it as spoiled, or because you've given it to me to use it? If I'm to speak of what Rashande was talking about, of course, even given the primaries of the NRM, we saw what has been happening in Remiaga County, and the fact that I don't know if later on Sechikuba went ahead and voted, but when we spoke to Ivan earlier on, he said he hadn't cast his vote when he got to that polling station, which was Remiaga headquarters, whereby the voters boycotted the voting because of the alleged reasons they were trying to front to the Electoral Commission. So I think it is still it is still something to look. It is still a constituency, a county to look out for. But from the provisional results, the fact that Rashande is in the lead, and by evening yesterday around 11 p.m. With Sechkubo, it was a bit calm.
All right. I'll head over to you, Robert, just to get your 2 cents as to what the report that Ivan has given us, given some of the things he has shown us. Of course, no numbers have been made mention of. No numbers have been stated because, as the returning officer said, they are still counting, so everyone has to stay calm until the results are released. But from what you've seen and what you've heard, Ivan Kawa gave us as a report, what is your mind rolling on right now?
Well, I'll say that also in relation to what Joan has just said. Now, Zimbabwe is one of the areas that has been hotly contested.
All right. True.
Hotly contested in this election and even the previous election. But also, Zimbabwe is predominantly NRM. Unless this time things change. But history has it.
It's an NRM stronghold.
It's an NRM stronghold. And even when you see the battlegrounds have been more with Brigadier Rashande and Sechikubo. These are all NRM. Sechikubo is an independent, but of course she was is an independent leaning NRM, but it is known that he's even NRM. Just that, of course, he had participated in the primaries and things didn't go well for him. Now, I'm not shocked of the happenings in the report of Kahwa. We have a candidate who has been there for the last 25 years, Theodore Sechikubo, but all the elective, there is even one time where I remember a picture of him training where he removed his pistol and had to fire. You know, so it has been hot, and actually I must say this time 2025 campaigns ushering us into 2026, I must say it has done better than 2021.
When it comes to peace?
When it comes to peace.
Okay.
2021, I remember, I think it was even one of the years, there's a time we even had to be hidden in hills. It was very chaotic. So I want to commend the security personnel and also the people of Zimbabwe that they have at least, and let them maintain
Indeed.
the peace.
Now, some of the areas that our reporters kept on giving an update of as of yesterday were areas like Ntungamo, Entebbe, Busiro South, Bugisu, and Sironko. And the general observation was, of course, the fact that there was a delay in the arrival of voting equipment. But of course the BVV case, which was all over the country. But one of the highlights was the fact that in Rachtura, candidate Museveni at his polling station, that is Karo High School polling station, he garnered 589 votes, 5 invalid votes, and of course others garnered 0 votes. The total number of votes there was 594. In other words, he literally won at that polling station through, and other candidates got no vote. Now, on that note, and take note of the fact that in Bugisu Sironko, candidate Mafabi did not win at his own polling station where he voted from. Now, looking at some of the hotly contested areas, we do have Mbale, Bugisu. We do have the rest that is to be watched is with the woman MP from Mbale City, and that is between Lydia Wanyoto and the incumbent Koni Nakayenze Galiwango, who is contesting as an independent. She's an independent, but I think she was NRM leaning, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, and the battle between that. But of course, there are other contenders that include Miss Sarah Kanabi, Wasagali independent, Miss Harriet Kakai of the Forum for Democratic Change, and Miss Aisha Nakayenze from the National Unity Platform. And the other hotly contested area, it's still in Mbale, is Northern City Division, where the atmosphere is tense. And these include lawyer Paul Wanyoto, independent, Mr. Ivan Masaba, and Noop Hood Hussein, who was the RDC here in Kampala, and now NRM flag bearer for that position there. And of course, the incumbent Seth Wambede, who is on independent, and Umar Nangoli, independent. One of the things that I've taken note of in this election season is there are many independents.
Yes, very many.
In fact, I was having a conversation with someone yesterday, and they said that, what if Parliament is filled with many independents? What happens to the opposition? Who becomes the leader of opposition if the biggest number of as if opposing is independent candidates? what happens there? Robert, you've been around reporting and covering elections more with the history that you carry and the experience that you have. What do you think might happen in case it turned out like that independents surpass the number of actual oppositions?
Now, you see, the word independence in our politics is using a wrong term.
Right.
When I look at the framers of the Constitution, what we call independence today are not independents. Because the framers of the Constitution and even the sitting order of Parliament was not what it is today. We are misusing English, I must say. Because the framers of the Constitution, this is what they had in mind.
Okay.
They knew we are going to go into multi-party politics. But they still believe there are people who will not want to join any political party. And these people could not be denied the right to stand. That is why in our Constitution, even when we held a referendum and went into multi-party, there was that provision for independence. That we believe there are people who will not want to belong to any political party. Now, that is why even they said that sitting, you have the NRM or the government in power, members belonging to the party in power, you will have those opposing this other side, and you will have in the middle the sitting for the independents that totally don't belong to any political party. Now come to what is of today. What we have today are people who belong to political parties. And even when you look at most of their posters, I've seen independents, if you used to see their posters, if they're independents of NRM, even their posters were in yellow. Have you noticed? It was only the bus that was missing. But they would try so much to identify with yellow. And they would still say that on their campaign trail. I vote the NRM candidate, Yoweri Museveni. I'm NRM. They would say that I'm NRM. Now, if they were NUP, they would still tell you, I'll vote for Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. And they would still clearly say, I'm National Unity Platform. I'm a member of NUP. Now, what is going to happen? These people still love their party. They were only not loyal when it came to them not taking the flag. How do you want to tell me where Mathias Warukaga didn't make it because we were deregistered, and now you have a one who is even seconded, who confesses that I'm NUP? Magola.
He was denied the card, actually.
Yeah, and Mathias Warukaga endorsed him.
I may love to use the word they failed to secure, because there's a process. NUP had verification, NRM had going into. So, these people, when they get to Parliament, most of them sign a memorandum of understanding with their political parties. Most of them. And you don't see them oppose their political parties. And I believe many who have come as independents, in the next election, you see them back to their political parties. Showing loyalty.
Right.
To secure the party card.
I think what I can say about that, let's look at the structure. What does the law say? Does it say leader of opposition, leader of independence? So if in multi-party system here with the Constitution of Uganda, it says that the opposition must be coming from a party. Of course, we shall still hold the leader of opposition from a single party, not within the government. So I think the independents can still remain vocal in blocking or passing of bills and can still remain significant. But still, the leader of opposition will have to come from.
He comes from the opposition party with the majority in the parliament.
Yes.
So automatically, when you look at which is likely to be the party with the majority in the parliament, it is most likely to be the National Unity Platform as well.
And of course, yes, that is why you find most of them are affiliated to certain political parties. They side with them in passing of these bills because they are very significant. They can really make a formidable pardon me about that, in case of passing or blocking of bill. So whether the independents surpass the other opposition opposition MPs in the next parliament, it's not a party, it's an independent person. So which the constitution stipulates you stick to a single party, not in the government. It doesn't allow.
It will only be in terms of deliberations. That most of these independents will side with,
for example,
the political party.
Sechikobo, remember, he was once termed as a rebel MP, but was still when it came to some motions being passed or bills being laws being enacted or bills being discussed, you would see at times who would lean on the NRM.
And so of rebel MPs, has Barnabas Tinkasimile featured in this election?
I have not seen him anywhere.
I don't think I've had a lot, and he's someone who's very vocal. I don't know, but if you've heard a lot about him, he's someone who's very vocal and you can't miss him, but I've missed him a lot, quite a lot.
And then I talk about that. I'm imagining the scene if Sechikobo had listened to the constitution of the NRM party to stand with the flag bearer for the NRM. I think things would be different as we speak. But of course, everyone, a candidate has their own interests when it comes to standing in. And of course, you know, if it comes to the appeals in the High Court that the court dismissed, I think it would have, if I were Sechikobo, I would have rethought this decision of, you know, continuing to be a candidate. I'm basing this, my analysis, my submission on the provisional results that are coming in from Sembabule district, specifically Remiyaga County, where Rwashandi is now in the lead.
Indeed, and now we are getting in touch with Namfuka Farida, who is in Bugisu sub-region, to give us an update as to what is happening that side. Good morning, Namfuka.
Good morning.
A pleasure having you this morning.
Yes, I'm glad.
All right, what have you so far garnered from that side of Bugisu sub-region? Give us a feel of what's happening.
Yeah, this is Sironko Tallying Center.
Right.
Sironko Tallying Center at Sironko District Headquarters, where we are right now, actually, where we spent the night tallying results from different polling stations and sub-counties in Sironko District. And so far what is there is, so far they have tallied almost half the sub-counties, because the sub-counties are 42, and so far they have tallied like over 20 sub-counties in Sironko district. And according to the tentative results, the president, the NRM candidate, Yoweri Museveni, is still leading currently. He's at 18,730 votes, and then Nandala Mafabi follows with 9,537, and then the NUP candidate is at 2,257. That is for presidential candidates. And then others, there is Budadiri East and Budadiri West. Budadiri East, the NRM candidate is still leading with 12,958, who is, his name is called Julius. And then the FDC is 5,602, that is Sasaga, and then Vincent 6,180 votes. And then on the ladies, on Budadiri West, the FDC candidate is like on second position, and an independent candidate, Wanyoto, is on the first position. And among the women members of parliament, so far what has been gathered and tallied at Sironko Tallying Center, Asha for National Resistance Movement is still leading with 21,150 votes, and Nambozo is next with 14,458 votes. 14,458 votes. Now, I've just given you tentative results of the people actually leading, but there are other candidates who are below their votes are actually somehow below. Yeah, that is what is happening here at Sironko. They are still tallying.
All right, Farida, with the tentative results that you've so far given, with what is taking place at the tally center, are there candidates who feel there is an unfairness going on and maybe there's some form of complaint? Is there a contentment right now taking shape with some of the candidates that they are content with the results? What is the feeling so far with the tentative results that are coming through?
Yes, the candidates are really following what is being tallied because they also have them manually. So as they tally the other side, they also follow here and they also add because they also have the DRR forms. So when they discover that actually one polling station has been skipped, they actually they notify the returning officer to ensure that it is included. Some candidates are here following, some are not around, but some are there.
Namfuka, let's also paint a picture of the environment. How was it yesterday? How was it throughout the night? And how is it currently?
Okay, yesterday the voting that I followed was in Bunazoni Parish, Bunazoni Chosen Church polling station in Busamaga sub-county in Sironko district. That is where the presidential candidate for FDC, Nathan Andala Mafabi, voted from, because that is his home area. So Mafabi reached at the polling station at around 11 and he found when they were just preparing to start the exercise, and he actually scorched he stood in that scorching sun and he lined up like any other person, just because it's not that because he's just a presidential candidate who didn't line up would just go, but he lined up with his family and actually was patient, and the voting started at that time of 11. And what may have caused the delay is the electronic voter verification machines that were not so effective. According to the candidate, when he reached the place to vote, he put the fingerprint, but was first denied by the machine, according to him. But then later he used another finger and it was approved, and then he was able to vote. And his observation at the polling station was that because of that ineffectiveness of that machine, like 11 people were actually turned away.
Now,
and,
regarding, you said you were at the polling station where he voted. From a person who was there, how did he perform at that particular polling station?
Yes, at that particular polling station, Mafabi garnered like 146 votes. And then the NRM candidate garnered like 157 votes. That means it was a difference of only like 11 votes in that area. The candidate for NRM took the lead, and Mafabi was second, and then the National Unity Platform candidate was third with 18 votes, and then the others followed.
Okay.
Okay, yes. Farida, thank you so much for that update. But please paint a picture of the security atmosphere as we speak right now. The men and women in uniform are still highly visible there where you are.
Yeah, they are visible at the entrances because entering the tally center requires one to have been accredited by the Electoral Commission. They are visible. Sure.
All right, thank you very much, Namfuka Farida. We'll definitely be getting back to you to give us more of the detail, but indeed what you've given us is something to chew on and to ponder on, and totally appreciate.
All right, thank you.
All right, have a good one.
All right.
Now, Farida was coming from Sironko, and that is on the side of Bogisu, where the candidate Nandala Mafabi was won at his own polling station, but by a difference of what, about 1110 votes?
146 and 157.
Yes, and looking at so far the tentative result that is coming from there, NRM is in the lead. That is candidate Yoweri Museveni for presidency, 18,730 votes so far. FDC coming 7 with 9,537 votes, and NUP in third place with 2,257 votes. And looking at Budadiri East with members of parliament on their NRM's Julius is leading. I did not get quite the tabulation there, but I took note of the fact that he is leading. And FDC is coming in second with 5,602 votes. And Budadiri West FDC is in second place. And Independent is in first place in Budadiri West. And a woman MP Sironko Nup is leading. And Nambozo coming into second place. I think Nambozo could be NRM. I think she did not state the party there. But Nup is leading in for woman MP Sironko. Robert, what's going through your mind? I can see a lot is going through your mind and you need to spew it. Please take your
this
lead.
still shows that many Ugandan voters are still locked in the movement system.
The system, okay. Please
because
elaborate.
it is when you go to a polling station, you are voting for 3 people as of yesterday. You are voting the president, you are voting a directly elected member of parliament, and you are voting for district woman member of parliament. Now, if you can see that President Museveni leads the NRM candidates, you know, sometimes you fail to dodge the other word. He is still the president until another one has been sworn in. So, he's the incumbent, but of course a candidate. So let me say that Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the NRM candidate, you find that in this area is leading. Now, when you go to directly elected member of parliament, then FDC comes in and leads. When you go to woman member of parliament, NUP comes and takes that day.
Right.
Don't forget, these are the same people who got the 3 ballot papers, but they forget that they are NRM or they are NUP or they are FDC at one candidate. So that means multi-party has not yet sunk. People are still so much into the movement system, or some parties presented candidates that people much as they would love their political parties, but they felt for the good of their development, for their constituency and the country, they had to put that party's decision aside. Yes.
Very profound at that. Now, on your screen, of course, as we go on throughout the show, the results will, from the National Tally Center will also be displayed so that you're able to follow through with every detail as it is right now. But in the meantime, let me come to you, Joanne, to just get your 2 cents as well from what Namfuka has just shared as provisional results and tentative results from Sironko in Bogisu.
It's quite a statement that a presidential candidate where from a polling station where everyone expects him to sweep the votes is actually in second place, which is not the case with some of the candidates. For example, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, where he voted from, of course, I think, did you say it's only 5 invalid votes, and the rest of the votes went to him. From where Chagulanyi votes from, we are yet to hear what happened, but it speaks volumes, especially to that candidate, because we expect that person to be a sweetheart at that polling station from which, because we believe the people should always have your back. But of course it says something to the political environment, Ugandans, the way Ugandans perceive it. It could be a role of independence, it could be a role of primaries, and it could be also attributed to the political parties themselves. Because I've seen for women, Julie, I think it is an independent lady on the woman representative for MP that is leading, and it's quite intriguing, independent but leaning somewhere. So it is quite intriguing, and maybe political parties could look at their primaries again in the next election, and also highly scrutinized petitions that are filed during those primaries. But of course, Julie, I'm excited that around 9 we are expecting the Electoral Commission Chairman Justice Byabakama to give us some more updates of their results from the National Tally Center as they come through.
Right. And as we're looking at some of the hotly contested areas, one of the areas to pay heed to, and I'll leave that thought for you guys until we come back to talk about it. It's Teso, where the State Minister for Fisheries, Helen Adowa Abeku, faces a stiff competition from Lucy Achom in Serere District Woman MP race. And then in Orungo County, Foreign Affairs Minister General Jeje Odong, faces NRM